Hello, everybody! Big exciting, isn't it? Today, we are doing the gamepress livestream, where I make fun of people for not choosing my specific playstyle. How dare they? How dare they? Of course, I am perfect, therefore my playstyle is the best. We all know this. This is true. But them, they are the sillies. How dare they not play the game how I do? So, we're gonna go through the gamepress tier list today. I'm a bit of a fucking noob when it comes to Arknights, so I can't give my judgments on like the high rarity stuff. I can't even give my judgments on a majority of the 5 stars, but for the no gacha operators, for the operators I have the most experience with, obviously I can say a thing or two about them. And so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna look through the gamepress tier list, the thing that probably at least 4 people put way too much faith in. So I think it's gonna be fun, and I hope you all think it's also gonna be fun, because that's why we're here, isn't it? So I'm gonna start new player tier list. Ooh, we should probably look at that too. New player tier list. Oh man, I'm gonna have some spicy opinions regarding this. Guide to best low rarity operators. Ooh, doesn't that sound like fun? Class and archetype guide. All right. This tier list is not... Oh, we gotta read all of this, don't we? We have to read all of this. All right. Tier lists in Arknights are difficult to create, as many operators are very specific... As many operators have many specific situations in which they excel to such a degree that they would be an amazing pick for a certain map, but worthless in another. This is why you don't make a tier list. Dorothy's Vision lobby theme in the background. It's... I don't know if it is Dorothy's Vision lobby theme. It's the one from the recent Ryan Lab event. Also, is my chat just not fucking working? Wait. Pop out chat. Okay, my chat wasn't fucking working. Oh shit! Oh man, I just showed that. Fuck. Alright. I think I doxed myself. No I didn't. Okay, I'm fine. Never mind. This is my favorite main menu theme, so, you know. If you guys want to change it to something else, we can. Hopefully the music ain't too loud. I didn't dox myself, luckily. But yeah, they're correct here. You don't do it because Arknights is designed in such a way to where it's like a puzzle game, and therefore creating a tier list is kind of fucking stupid. Hey, did you, like, it's like making a fucking chess tier list. Hey, yeah, the rook is S tier, baby. No tier list can perfectly compare all operators in all situations. Tier lists are not a substitute for game knowledge. So far, they have been entirely correct. That being said, there are bad operators. No, there's not. And exceptional operators. And some operators are better than others and will make it easier for players to succeed. I get that the whole there are no bad operators, just bad doctors thing is a meme, but like, I do feel it's genuinely true to an extent. Yeah, you can make arguments like, yeah, I don't want to use Rangers because I can just use Cruise. Fair enough. But that doesn't mean that Rangers is bad. I don't think there's any bad operators. People like pointing to Frostleaf and being like, Frostleaf bad. It's like, not really. She does work in the situations where she works. If an operator has one situation where they really, really work well, then I don't think they're bad. It just means that we don't have the stages for them yet. This tier list compares to units at their fullest possible development, with endgame content in mind. That's stupid. That is incredibly fucking stupid. Because that eliminates 90% of the game. Like, that genuinely is stupid. Because immediately 3 stars now have to be low rarity, 3 stars now have to be at the low rung. 2 stars don't have their value. 2 stars are amazing in the first 3 chapters of the game. Like 2 stars unironically kind of carry you in the first 3 chapters of the game, but after that they do fall off. That doesn't mean the 2 stars are bad. So I think this is arbitrary. Now I understand why. It's because most players are at the end game and can point to this for reference, but I don't like that this is the metric that they're using. Also, full possible development, also not good. You should be using all possible levels of development. Evaluation ranking is based on the strength potential of the operator, have an overall meaningful impact on the game. So basically, if meta, then good. Ha. Across all of the different modes and content, and is based on data, empirical evidence, and opinions. I highly fucking doubt that this is a peer-reviewed fucking tier list. No, I'm not saying, like, rank all the 6 stars at Elite 0. I'm saying that you should take into account their effectiveness at Elite 0 and Elite 1, while also taking into account their Elite 2. Because when you evaluate everyone at Elite 2, then you're completely disregarding a lot of the low-level value that a lot of other operators have. Like, a lot of 6 stars do suck at, like, non-Elite 2. And so I do think that that's something that you should take into account. I don't think that it should purely just be Elite 2. I think it should be all of them. I don't know exactly what you mean by milestones. I mean, at that point, you don't make a tier list, because you can't make a tier list, because this is Arknights. It's not a fucking fighting game. New players should not use this list for operator development priority in early to mid gameplay. Woo! Okay, so I'm still gonna make fun of this tier list, but we'll also have to talk about the new player tier list later too. Instead, new players should look for early game development using new player tier list instead. Some high rarity operators, especially 5 stars, are not worth their E2 or mastery development costs because most players have. Wait. Some high rarity operators, especially 5 stars, are not worth their E2 or mastery development costs for most players because they become obsolete when a better 6 star is obtained. No. What if you want 2 of them? What if you want 2 of them? What if you want 2 of them? Yeah. Because... yeah, it's... But that's also the thing, though, is that when you're making a tier list, why is it that you are only focusing on late game? Why not focus on the whole game that casters built, you know? And that's a weird example, but you know what I mean. For ease of use and understandability, operators are grouped in their... yeah, I already know that. With enough skill, any operator can contribute to a squad for clearing normal reward-giving content. So, non-capital S. So players need not be afraid to develop operators they want to use, even if they aren't highly ranked for the meta. Based. Players will be spending the biggest amount of time in late game, though. True. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't be evaluating, because at that point, what's the point of the tier list? Is the tier list purely, are all tier lists meant for late game stuff? Why can't we have all-encompassing stuff that's a bit more honest with you? Because at that point, half of the, if you're only talking about late game, half of the operator pool is now obsolete. And it's just mainly talking about and comparing 6 stars. Even then, there are still a lot of takes in here that are fucking stupid, so we're gonna look at them. Because they do end up contradicting their own, like, philosophies here. This tier list is not written by a single person. I hope not. Instead, the combined effort by multiple GP collaborators, most of which are endgame players with extensively developed rosters. Oh. Oh. I don't know much about Smash. That was just the first thing that came to mind, so sorry if I was horrendously wrong about that. Updates to the tier list slow and gradual. Okay. All right, so we got a legend here. These operators can be good early game investments for players that lack their top end replacements. I don't like that word. Remember that low rarity operators are sometimes stronger than higher rarity operators when they are both at equal development levels. Hey, almost like you should maybe take that into account when deciding your tier list. Maybe. Blue borders represent operators, especially worth considering for promotion to Elite 2. Yes! I need you now! With these operators, you'll feel the difference in their E2 gains immediately. New doors of power will open, the sun will rise in radiance, and you will fall deeper in love? What the fuck? These operators tend to be the best immediate return on investment of the promotion materials. I don't know what they mean by that, though. Because the only difference when it comes to Elite 2 is, like, a talent, and that's kind of it. You kind of need those levels to really feel that impact. Now, for some operators, like Mjolnir, for example, his E2 talent fucking carries him as an operator, so fair enough. But yeah, I think that's probably what they're talking about, is like the Mjolnir cases. Masteries, these are operators who see most of their noticeable gains for increasing the mastery specialization of their skills. I hope to God that Frostleaf has this icon. Since this process is quite expensive in and of itself, further investment will require to bring out these operators further with Exactly. Oh, for like skill 3. Yeah. And dare I say it, if an operator is only good with their S3, then maybe they shouldn't be so high up. Maybe? But I guess DPS and impact in late game is the only thing that matters. Stats. Stat stick. I guarantee you Quartz doesn't have that. Specialty, because niche is nice. Operators that provide a niche utility have unique roles. Alright, fair enough. Red Star Limited. Blue Box gives me more shit. Okay. Alright, we do have some tier list stuff. EX is the best of the best. Which includes Mjolnir. I know that. Tequila, on the other hand, is A tier. Because I guess there's that much of a gap between the two. A highly effective operator in the role, one of the best available. B is the operator is good at the role and can complete the duties of the role competently. C is sufficient operator for performing the role, even if not always the best option. Wait, literally all of these are positive. C and D kind of look exactly the same. They do their job if not the best option. If other options are unavailable, they do the job. These mean the same thing. Whatever. I mean, even then, it's like all of these kind of mean the same thing. Alright, whatever. Valarv Quinn. I've heard bad things about Valarv Quinn, so I don't even know there. Now, of course, we could just go through. But again, boop, 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 boop. We're going to be looking at the no gacha operators. Because that's typically what I excel in. It's the only thing I excel in. So, well, they have an E tier. An X tier? They didn't say anything about an E tier. What is X tier? I don't... What is X tier? Does that mean, like, ungraded? Yeah, whatever. Alright. Ooh, Love of the Purgatory at B tier. Okay, so... There's a lot of stuff that we can't really talk about, but it's this explanation. Like, we can't just look at this and be like, ah, yes, this is terrible, because whatever. This is what we're going to be making fun of. Because as you can see, there's a lot of upsides here, and only one downside, despite being in B tier. A 5-star version of Lava with an upgraded talent and some unique mechanics. Okay. I mean, true. Okay. Talent after first deployment immediately gains SP when deployed. All their operators gain initial. For how much I've used Lava the Purgatory, I have very rarely ever used this. Like this extra stuff. Some upsides are more meaningful than others, and some downsides are more meaningful. Yeah, but for what I have read, typically what is declared as an upside and what is declared as a downside is really funny. And a lot of the times they like contradict each other. So we're just here to have fun. We're not here to make this too serious. We're not here to blast gamepress. If you like gamepress, that's fine. We're just here to make fun of these little silly summaries. That's it. We're not trying to be mean here, and I'm not trying to say that this tier list is the worst thing ever. Well, I mean, I think tier lists in Arknights are stupid, period. But regardless, this is just here to be. We're here to have fun. We're here to have fun. All right. But yeah, I've never really found use for this talent, which is, I mean, it's like what, 2 SP, I think. I don't remember, but it's very little, and I think I can't really think of a situation where I've used it because lava is so expensive. You typically get her down less. Very useful for Purgatory herself, but with the high DP cost, you will usually want to place her down later. Hey, that's literally what I just fucking said. When raw numbers aren't high, the attack hits 2 targets for the AoE. 2 attacks can overlap. True. And then range increase, sniper range. True. When the rings of fire form, both Purgatory and the allies overlap, damage over time can be quite high. Good for clearing out big waves of squishy enemies. Here's another S2. Since lava is not attacking, she is unaffected by attack speed debuffs, which is insanely good in Chapter 6. I mainly used her S2 in Chapter 6. She is really, really good when she's like cold. Hell, even if she's frozen, the DOT still happens. So it's like that's honestly one of Lava the Purgatory's like biggest upsides, is the fact that she can avoid those kind of stuff. When the rings of fire don't overlap, the damage is not very high. That isn't true. As weird as it sounds, it is actually still. I remember doing the math because the DOT, I don't know if it's every 0.4 seconds or every 0.8 seconds. I can pull it up, but that'll fuck up the music. I don't want to do that. Oh, we can. All right. We can. I'm gonna look up what lava is. I don't remember if it's 0.4 or 0.8. Okay. Oh, it's every second. Okay. So if it's every single second, 40% of attack. Splashcasters have like a 2.9 second attack radius. So she does still end up gaining an attack boost overall. Not only that, but since the AoE is consistent and that it's not on a single target, it's in that entire area. Even if it does fuck with her range though, sadly, but even if they're not overlapping, you do end up getting a DPS boost with Ring of Hellfire. And it can sometimes be better than her S1. So I think her S2 is really underrated, but it is also kind of true that, well, the thing is that this exact same thing can be said about both her S1 and her S2. Her S1, if you don't get that overlap, it may not, the damage doesn't really work that well. While with the S2, same thing kind of happens. I mean, so far, I don't disagree with these. I don't think we're going to read this, because I remember trying to read these, and they don't say anything. Okay, not worth using more resources than is required to pass content. It's a 3-star. It's a 3-star. If you can't put the resources in to put, okay, if you can put resources into getting your elite 2 6-stars to level 90, you can put the resources in to get a 3-star to elite 1 level 55. What? What do you even mean required to pass content? Good stats for a 3-star. Okay, so we're contradicting ourselves here. Also, what do you mean good stats for a 3-star? She's the only Splashcaster 3-star. Who are you comparing this to? Yes, she's a Splashcaster. Okay. Yeah, I want you to use 12F, I guess. I don't fucking know. I won't hold you back on most content if you didn't pull any of the 4-star AoE casters. I'd argue Gray is a side grade, and Gitano you could probably argue is a direct upgrade, but does she cost more? 28, so she goes up to 30. Now she's about the same cost. Oh, no, Gitano, no. Yeah, Gitano costs the same. It's harder to get potentials on Gitano, and so Lava can just kind of work. Because you can also make the argument of why would I want to invest in Gitano if I already have Lava? Because Lava gets the job done anyways. So it's like, Gray is a side grade. Gray is a side grade to Lava. Gitano you can argue is a direct upgrade, because Gitano's S1 is the same as Lava's S1. But even then, Lava's SP gain on Summon could be really helpful, and it's like, I don't think this is correct. I don't agree with this. I think that, and again, dare I say it, sometimes you want to use 2 of the same subclass. I know, kind of crazy, but Lava talks and dresses like an antisocial goth. Thank you for fucking telling me that. I had no idea. Thank you. But, okay. Yeah, it's like, this is either things that don't need that much. Do you really need 2 AoE casters often? I'm not saying that I can name a bunch of situations where you can use 2 AoE casters. I'm saying that you should take into account the possibility of just having two of a thing. Because I do think in the past, especially with my limited, like, no gacha runs, I did need multiple AoE casters, because especially on my no gacha account, I have very little, like, AoE damage. And so sometimes I do actually end up needing 2 AoE casters. But of course, we're not talking about niches here, we're talking about the general game. But I still like thinking that we shouldn't really be looking at just, oh, this is a direct upgrade, therefore the direct upgrade is the only thing that we should worry about. And it's like, not really. There is, you know, nuance. And again, just because there's a direct upgrade doesn't make you obsolete, because you still can be used, you know? And again, I'll say it again, Lava can get a lot of the stuff that Gitano can do already done, so maybe, you know, plus Gitano's just hard to get the potentials on, and a bit harder to upgrade, so, I mean, definitely when you get to, like, Elite 2, Gitano's just better, but I still think that Lava has value, even if you do have the 4-star AoE casters. That's just what I'm saying. I already talked about, I mean, I kind of talked, I mean, Gitano and Gray. I mean, I think personally Gray is a, oh, no, okay. I think personally Gray is more of a side grade to Lava. I think his slow is nice. It's not that useful all the time, but sometimes you want that AoE slow, and sometimes it kind of works. And I guarantee you that the reason why he's above Lava is because he has an E2, and that's it. Which is, again, kind of the reason why I don't like focusing entirely on the late game, because you kind of make half a good chunk of the roster just immediately obsolete. Especially even then when Lava's a good operator, but just because she doesn't have an Elite 2, she is quote-unquote bad. Pudding in B tier. Okay, good. All right, wait. Before we open this, are they going to mention the fact that Pudding's S2 is bounce-based, not target-based? Since Pudding's S2 is bounce-based, that means that you can bounce back onto the same enemy. Something not a lot of other chain casters can do. I don't think any chain casters can do. If it's not on here, I'm going to be very fucking sad. Strong chain caster with powerful burst DPS. Cool, that doesn't, alright. Able to hit way outside her range due to the chaining effect. What? No way! Whoa, so immediately 2 redundant upsides. Excels at taking down exactly 2. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, oh my gosh, is gamepress is actually fucking based right now. Holy shit. Pudding is, yes. Excels at taking down exactly 2 targets at a time. Holy shit, gamepress is based? What the fuck? Generally a better option than many splash casters. Yeah, sometimes. A lot of the time, yeah, but there are some times where you do need just sort of the effects of the AoE caster rather than Pudding. Plus, there are sometimes cases where there are more than 4 enemies. Huge damage and long slow up time when hitting 2 targets at the same time. Can easily burst down armor enemies. I am so happy. am so fucking happy that they talk about the fact that she is so good at exactly 2 enemies. Very costly to deploy due to her archetype. How is that a downside? What? You didn't... Okay. They didn't put that down... Let's go look at the splash casters, shall we? Gitano. Control yourself with self-stun. Long cooldown. True. Her talent... I mean, is her talent really... Nowhere here does it say that she's expensive. They do say that she's expensive, but that's more in a nuanced situation. Nothing here about cost. But no, pudding is expensive. I mean, this is one of those situations where it's like you do have 2 different people working on the same tier list. And so when you have multiple people working on the same tier list, you end up with this as an arbitrary downside. Can accidentally hit targets you don't want to attack yet due to her chaining effect. So are you saying that maybe there is an upside to using a splash caster? Huh? Oh, dare I say? Harder to use the most caster skills. Requires good timing and practice to hit the shoot. Skill? She requires skill. That's a downside? I feel that should be an upside. Be like, with good timing, you can make her busted. I don't understand why that's a downside. So these are arbitrary downsides. And this isn't a downside. So I don't know. All right. Harmony, Indigo. I like Indigo. What the that's a lot of fucking stuff when the skill is an issue. All right, I'm a sucker for Indigo, and I'm one of 2 people in the world who use Indigo's S1 over her S2. Primarily because I just think Mysticasters are fun. So, I'm curious. Wait a minute. What? What? S1 has a very short duration. That's the point. That's the upside. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my... That's the whole point of the S1. The whole point of the S1 is you lower the range of the Mysticaster so that the Mysticaster doesn't hit its targets. And since it has a higher attack speed, it charges quicker. That's the whole point. If it was long, it would have been awful. Have you ever used a Mysticaster? Or is this just like Indigo S2 brain? What? Oh my god. This is why we're doing the stream. Okay. So apparently, gamepress doesn't know that Mysticasters are actually supposed to have a short S1. Oh boy. All right. Usual archetype weakness. Very slow attack speed. That's to balance out the charge effect. S2 has poor uptime. Do I need to open up my main? God damn it. I don't want to open up my main. I do have Indigo on here, but I don't have... fuck. Yeah, I guess. Or S2 doesn't have very great uptime, but it's for burst DPS, I suppose. I don't have my main up right now, so I can't check her actual stats. If I open up my main, then probably my computer's going to crash because I'm running 2 things at once. The low chance RNG for her bind means she cannot be means that it cannot be relied upon. Okay, so the person who wrote this genuinely thinks that her S1 is meant to be used to increase the bind. Yeah, it's different people doing the summaries. The previous summaries were actually, like, the pudding summary surprised me with how good it was. Like, that's literally just what I would say, minus the downsides, because the downsides aren't really downsides. The person who made this genuinely thinks that the S1 is for the bind and doesn't understand that the S2 is meant for the bind. Also, at Elite 2, it's 25%. I think it's 12% at Elite 1, so it kind of does suck at Elite 1. But when you have full charges on Indigo, especially at Elite 2, there's a really high chance you're actually going to get the bind off. Since Indigo doesn't target bound enemies, that means that she can regain her charges. It's meant to be a sort of throw out all of the charges, bind the enemy, regain 1 or 2 charges, and then hit them again with another nuke. That's the point. That's the point of her not targeting bound enemies. Plus, her not targeting bound enemies is supposed to help her S2 with more AoE effect. So I have no... The bind isn't meant to be used as like an Ethan bind. The bind is meant to be used to make her kit a lot more useful. E2 is required to get any reliability. She's not Ethan. She's not Ethan. Indigo isn't Ethan. Why? Indigo isn't supposed to be used for her binds. Her binds are for utility. Her binds aren't Ethan. She's not Ethan. Makes her less competitive at Elite 1, where 4 stars are often compared favorably with her... Which makes her less competitive at Elite 1. She is the only 4-star Mystic caster. What the fuck are you talking about? She's not Ethan. Oh, he's Say Pikmin. Oh, dude, you are... Oh, fuck. Thanks for showing up. You are... I saw one of your videos. You are, you do Bad Nights. Fucking based. Thanks for showing up. But yeah, Indigo is, not Ethan. So, I'm really glad that half of these downsides are them not understanding the point of her bind, not understanding what a Mystic caster is, and just saying that Mystic casters are slow. Like, I'm not saying that she can't bind. I'm saying that you don't use Indigo for the same kind of binds that Ethan does. And that's kind of what I think they're getting across as, is that they think that Indigo is meant to be used like a caster Ethan. So doesn't attack bound enemies. Sometimes this is good. This is good, period. This is good, period. Sometimes it's bad. She stops attacking an enemy she could... What did I just say? What did I just say? Her not attacking bound enemies is good, because that means she builds up charges. I guess I can understand a ranged enemy that keeps attacking her, but if a ranged enemy is hitting your Indigo, what the fuck are you doing? Upset because the non-AoE archetype caster isn't AoE, perhaps. True. Okay, yeah, this person doesn't understand what a Mystic caster is. Who wrote this? Maybe this is the same dude who did, maybe this is the same dude who did fucking quartzes. This is painful. S1 turns her attack range into a long straight line, which causes her to inflict many weaker attacks over the duration. Can be used to bind ultimate enemies, last hit a weak enemy, or to quickly build up charges for a strong enemy. What? I'm gonna have a fucking migraine. Who the fuck wrote this? You clearly put right here, you understand the point of her S1, and then immediately talk about how her S1 is short. Or how her S1 doesn't fucking bind. Okay. I wonder if Iris has the same issues. No, it doesn't. What? Yeah. Eben's in trash tier. He can't AoE. His S1 is too short. How dare? No, but for Iris here, it works fine. Very high attack for a single target caster. That's all Mystic casters. What are you talking about? Can store 3. That's all Mystic cat. I hate these upsides that are just like this is the subclass. He can AoE. Hey, I don't fucking know, man. I don't know 6 stars. He can? Oh wait, yeah, he can. But isn't it like a really weird AoE? With module and S2. Oh yeah, it's not like a splash caster AoE though. It's like a very weird kind of AoE. His S1 is 2 seconds longer than Indigo's. Awesome. I don't know if you're serious or not. I don't know the 6 stars, so I'm sorry if I don't know that kind of stuff. I'm sorry. Slow attack time makes her average DPS rather low. Then use a normal caster. Great for clearing waves of enemies. If you can pile enemies around the sleeping targets. Okay. I mean, true? That's like using Connie for his AoE. The duration is short, but so is the SP cost. Okay. Based. So the person who wrote Iris wrote the S1 duration being short as an upside. But the person who wrote Indigo wrote S1 being short as a downside. Awesome. That's awesome. Connie's in B+ tier. Oh my god. They're giving love to Connie? I'm surprised. An aerial focus caster that can inflict levitate on enemies. Yes. Talent interacts positively with levitated enemies. Yes. S2 cycles quickly and inflicts levitate. Does it? I have never gotten the impression it's a quick cycle. I mean, yeah, it is a 7-second duration. All right, yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Gamepress putting archetypes as traits as upsides and downsides is fun. Dreadnought has 1 block. Thank you. Yeah, I really need the summary to remind me what the fuck a duelist is, or else I physically cannot comprehend what the fuck a video game is. Seems more like some racism cooking in the game press for. Apparently. Apparently. Or is it just 4-star, 5-star, like, syndrome? It's like 4-star, bad. Well, yeah, like, levitate isn't a niche. It's just more talking about his S2, which levitates. S2's final explosion doesn't benefit from his talent. Wait, okay, here's some more weird, arbitrary hypocrisy. Like, not hypocrisy. What's the term? Contradictions. So his S2's explosion is bad because it doesn't affect his talent. But Iris's explosion is good because it clears waves. So Iris is good because her S2, which is functionally the fucking same as Connie's S2, is good because AoE. Now Connie's S2 is bad because they're not flying when they get damaged. So yeah. Low total damage hurts his viability. Yes? Connie is a support unit rather than a core DPS option. Correct? How's that a downside? That's just a decent analysis overall. It's like, yeah, his DPS sucks. It's not that great. But, Connie counters Frost. Connie counters Frost really well. Being an anti-aerial, like, caster is really good. Plus, if you... low total damage hurts his viability. He does 10% more damage to aerial targets because of the fragile. So that 523 attack that I'm looking at on my third monitor right now is actually more like 570. It's more like 575 against aerial targets. So it's like, yeah, he's not good as a generalist, but against aerial targets, he's really good. So Yeah. Where's Click? Is Click? Wait, yeah, where is Click? Is Click an A? Is Click might be an A tier? I'm just looking at the low tier stuff because that filters out all of the obvious fucking stuff. But yeah, it looks like Click might be an A tier. So that'd be cool. Haze B tier. Haze B tier, really? Talent, attacks at lower enemy. Okay, whoever did Haze's summary put no fucking effort. This is 4 things. Attacks lower enemy resistance. True. Short cooldown and decent duration gives her nice, consistent damage. Yeah. S2, 75 decreased HP means you're likely to get one shot if anything hits her. That's why you care about placement order. You can have similar DPS in Amiya, but without the HP penalty. What? Wait. You can have similar DPS with Amiya, but without the HP penalty. What? Wait, are you comparing Amiya's S1 to Haze's S2? If so, then no, Haze does more. Because the resistance decrease, she gains attack with her S2. I can't crack the numbers right now, but I highly doubt. Or are you comparing Amiya's S2 and S3 to Haze's S2? If so, that is stupid. You can't compare the inconsistency of Amiya's S2 or the one-time use of her S3 to Haze's S2. So yeah, you can't compare Amiya's S2 to Haze. Why is she in B tier? I think Haze deserves at least fucking 8, like A tier. Like a 4-star debuffer is pretty damn good. Yeah, it does suck that her resistance debuff is only a second long, but I think it goes up to 30% with module, am I right? Is that it? Is it just because of Aja? Ajof Jala? Is it just because of Aja that, like, Haze bad? Haze bad because not Aja. Like, is that purely it? Because, like, Haze is pretty good. So I don't know. Steward in C tier. My brother in Christ. Everyone gets Amiya, who is a good single target caster that needs to be promoted eventually to progress. Eyjafjalla. Is it? She's fucking Norwegian. She's Swedish. We pronounce the J's like Y's. I don't fucking know. Typically, I have a good like sense of what like of J sounding like a Y. Eyjafjalla. Eyjafjalla. So the first one. Caster pad because Aja. You can't have both Y's and J's in your name and then have some of the J's be pronounced like Y's and some of the Y's be pronounced. I'm gonna call her Aja, and if you guys are mad, I'm sorry. Because her alt is much harder to pronounce. Yeah, caster bad because Aja is like gamepress's entire game plan for 3 years. That like it is a really stupid metric to be like, this 4-star is bad because this 6-star power creeps it. It's like, no, Haze is still good. It just means that Aja is really good. It's not a downside that Haze is worse than Aja. It just means that Aja is significantly better than Haze. Haze is good, Aja is just better. A in hey, ja as in ya, ja as in ya. Does it matter? Does it matter how you pronounce her? Like, that doesn't even look like English, that sentence, Mr. Kilamatronics. That could be some weird, like, ancient runes or something. I'm going to call her A, because I at least know that the first 2 letters of her name are pronounced A. I am not going to try anymore. Ah, yes, the classic Arts Fighter bad because not Surtur. Round of applause. It's like people, I think Sidoroka is like C tier on here. And I'm going to get mad because I really like Sidoroka. Like, I think she's a pretty good side grade to Mouse. Yeah, this is, yeah, talent prioritizes attacking enemies with the highest defense. Okay, so you have that, right? Now make him A tier because that's all you need. A core caster that targets highest defense. Put him up there. Put him in triple S tier. Put him in EX tier. That's where Steward belongs. That's where he deserves to be. Good when overwhelmed by mobs hiding a tank. True, yes. Everyone gets Amiya, who's a good single target caster and needs to be promoted eventually to progress. Amiya doesn't have priority targeting. That's why you use Steward. And also, Steward has a crit. And crits are fucking strong as fuck. I think what's Steward's, is it Power Shot A? Power Strike A? Power Strike Alpha? Yeah. I think it goes up to 190. It's either 190 or 210. I don't remember exactly, but I think Steward's max crit at level 7 is either 190 or 210. I don't remember exactly. Sidoroka's B tier. Okay. All right. But yeah, so comparing Steward to Amiya is kind of stupid because they're different operators. Tomimi in C+. Okay. I don't have the best opinions of Tomimi because it's really difficult to use her range. Great skill uptime and high damage multipliers under S2 and talent. Potential to constantly stun slow attacking enemies and reset their attacks. Are we using the same unit? What are you... What? I can do the math right now. It's a 70% chance. 70% times 1/3. 70% times 0.33. I'm gonna do the math because I can't do that in my head because 33 is a weird number. 70 times 0.33. So a 23% chance to hit the stun. Yeah, okay. I mean, she can do that, but constantly? Reduced range on skill use is very limiting. Yeah, S2 is RNG based. Especially if you are relying on her DPS or stuns. Then what does this mean? Yeah, exactly. Steward doesn't have, like, priority target. Like, Steward doesn't have... Or, Steward's the only core caster... Not only, but... He has priority target. Actually, I don't even know if other core casters have priority targeting. Except Connie with his S1, but... It's like, having priority targeting on a core caster is really fucking good. Especially when it's something like highest defense, because typically that's when you're using your core casters. So, yeah, it's like that alone is what makes Steward amazing. Cerny at B tier. Durnar at B tier. I want to know their opinions on Durnar. 15 base resistance. What? What are you talking about? Durnar has 15% more effective HP against arts damage. Yeah. A DPS defender, rare. Okay, so Kyobei also has the priority. Yeah. Well, that makes sense because Kyobei, because she's, you know, fair and balanced with her talent. But we're not comparing good things to busted things. We're just looking at good things. Where's Shalem? I don't know. He's probably in C tier because I don't think people like using his S2 very much. Actually, no, I have C tier. Oh, no, C... No, he isn't on... Is he in A tier? A minus. Shalem's in A... All right. I think that's a little spicy. But I think Durnar is better than... okay, I don't want to say better. I personally like using Durnar more than Shalem. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, DPS defender, rare. Alright, for a defender, has extremely low defense, high deployment cost, and long attack interval. Have you never seen Have you never seen what an arts defender is? He's valued higher due to IS2. That's retarded. That's an incredibly retarded fucking metric. Okay, so because Durnar has low defense, because she is an arts defender, that's bad. That's a balancing mechanism. All right. Okay, she is an arts defender. 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 Literally, none of this is analysis. Which I can understand because Durnar is a very baseline arts defender, but literally all of this is just describing an arts defender and nothing else. Shalem S2 was comparable to Surtur, and thus that's why he's good. Awesome. I'm glad we have our priorities straight. Cement is B-, really. I haven't used a lot of Cement, but she's fun. She's really fun. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they have duelists really low because they just don't really know how to use duelists that well. Because I like using Aurora. Duelist defender that can either tank or deal heavy damage to frozen targets. What? She is a duelist defender who can do damage to frozen targets, but only with her S2. Gains a large amount of HP regeneration where skill is inactive. Aurora's, this talent is actually really fucking good. Like, as much as it may not seem like it, the moment that Aurora's, like, because ideally, you use Aurora's S2 to just murder whatever the fuck that she's attacking. Then you cancel the ability, and then she has no SP. So then she just starts regaining all of her health back. She does not need, she's completely self-sufficient HP-wise. So, yes. Like, this is true. I love this talent. And it actually works really well with how duelists are designed as an archetype. I love it. Turns Aurora into a very tanky 3 blocker with status resistance. Does anyone use this? Like, if you want a duelist to have 3 block, then use the thing with 3 block, you know? I'm sure there are situations where it is pretty good, but it's like if I wanted a 3 block defender, I would use a 3 block defender, you know? Deals you damage with great multipliers. True. Talent, 1 block. Wait, what do you mean talent, 1 block? Do they not know what a trait is? No, her trait gives her 1 block. All right. There are many options for 3 block defenders. Creating a lot of competition for the role. Yeah. Yeah, true. Her 1 block when skills aren't active can be a big issue. Because she's a duelist. What are you talking about? That's like saying Melantha has 1 block, which is a downside. It's like, that's the upside. That's the whole point of duelists. Which is why her S1 is really weird, because it kind of clashes with the identity. Without other operators to freeze enemies for her, she will miss out on the most potential skills for damage since she has to freeze the enemies first. Yes! Her S2 basically just gives her like essentially just gives her a crit. Her S2 gives her like a 3-hit crit that does a shit ton of fucking damage. So you don't need other operators to freeze enemies. And even if you did, it's like, she's a duelist. You're using her like pretty far away from the main, like from your main setup. So whatever. All right. This is kind of silly. I think this is kind of stupid. This is incredibly fucking stupid. This is the only one I kind of understand, but this is a very stupid. This is stupid. All right. Concrete. Not a lot. Very low effort. All right. No, there's a lot you can talk about Cement. I don't know. Talent in S2. Some of the best physical bulk available in the game. True. Decent damage skill with true AoE damage. With true AoE damage. She does true damage? Again, I don't have Cement. I haven't used her that much. What do they mean? She doesn't do true damage. Does she actually do true damage? Am I coping? Because I don't own a cement. I don't know much about her. What are they talking about? No. Oh, they mean... Okay. To all enemies within attack range. Okay. So that's what they mean by true AoE. Which... Okay. I kind of get it. Wait, fuck. No, go away, cement. There we go. Okay. So it's range-based. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I've heard of the low-tier letdown page. I don't remember where I've heard it. But I have heard before. And that would be very funny, I'm sure. Oh, yeah, I heard it from fucking your videos. That's why. I'm like, why does that sound so familiar? It's like, yeah, because that was from your video. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I get what they mean by true AoE damage. Because it's full range. All right. SP cost is already high, further hampered by her archetype trait. Poor uptime is often a significant problem with bulk tanking. She's not a tank, though. I mean, she is a tank, but it's meant for single target stuff. One block on a physical defender. She's a duelist. Let's give cement true damage. She needs it. These guys, I don't want to be mean, but these feel kind of like unfair downsides when that's kind of built into how the archetype works. You can criticize the archetype for, you know, having its weird trait, but I like the trait. I think the trait is pretty neat with how it's designed, and it allows for cool stuff like with Aurora's talent. But, one block. Because I think they are in the mindset that because it's a defender, it has to have high block. Like, do they only use duelists as tanks? Like, you should be using duelists like... You should be using duelists like they're dreadnoughts. Aren't dreadnoughts like called duelist guards? You know, it's like... Yeah, duelist having 3 block would be awful. I don't know. Yeah, I can understand the SP gain sucking because it's not passive, but typically you take the cement, right? And then you just put her on top of the caster, and then the cement drills his fucking brain out, and then she gains a bit of SP doing so. It's kind of like a pseudo, like, offensive charge, except... You know, can't not benefited by attack speed. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, it's like complaining that dreadnoughts have 1 block. It doesn't make any sense. Gummy B+ tier, really? Spot C tier, really? I don't know why I'm surprised, because Spot is a 3-star, therefore bad. But really? Yeah, I think they do expect that, like, duelists aren't dreadnoughts, therefore they should be defenders. Low base defense. She is a guardian. That's the point. She has HP-based survivability. God forbid. Phase skill that must be timed correctly. Not true. Has plus defense component, rare for healing defenders. I guess, yeah. Basic attack has a chance to stun. If Gummy didn't stun, she'd just suck. Wait, are they not talking about her S1? Wait, hold up. Wait. You put her fucking stun on there. But you didn't talk about how, unlike most other Guardians, you guys taught me this. I was confused as to why Gummy was so good for so long. Until you guys literally just told me, oh, she doesn't have that 50% requirement. And I'm like, holy shit, she doesn't. Holy shit, that's really good. Higher HP than her 5-star equivalent Neural, which can help survive one-shot ability. She has non... Yeah, like, she doesn't have a requirement. What are they talking about? That's not an upside? Also, a part of the upside is that you can pay $1 for her. Part of the upside for Gummy is that if you pay $1, you can get her. Not part of the upside for Gummy is the fact that unlike most other Guardians, she doesn't have a requirement for her S1 activating. What the fuck? Alright, nice. Gummy should definitely be fucking A tier. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Spot in C tier. Are you serious? Are you serious? Can heal allies using his skill. Yes, he's a guardian. Thank you. When healing an ally, grants him physical dodge for 3 seconds. Like himself. Like himself. Like himself. Like specifically himself. If you are looking only for an early game healing defender to swap out for a high rarity one later, then Spot is cheap and doesn't require much investment. What are you talking about? Do you genuinely think that you can compare? Yeah, Myrtle is the new 99-cent starter, yeah. But are you telling me that Spot's amazing, but he's worse than Gummy and Neural? Therefore, you. Oh my god. Low HP for a defender because he's a guardian. What the fuck? That's basically what they're saying. That's basically what they're saying. They're saying is not Gummy, even though they put Gummy pretty low. It's like is not busted, therefore bad. It's like, how about the fact that his healing is pretty damn quick? It's obviously slower than his attack speed, but it's pretty damn quick. It gives him a 25% physical dodge for 3 seconds and makes him an absolute fucking beast. Not only that, but yeah, he works amazing in IS just as an extra healer. It doesn't cost you any hope. You can use him just as a medic. His tanking potential is fucking awesome. And you're going to put him like that? You're going to treat my boy Spot like that? I'm saddened. I'm saddened. I'm saddened. Bison B+. Beagle in C. Cardigan in C. Oh boy. Oh man, they are. Oh man, they're hitting me. They're hitting me hard. Oh. All right, Bison B+. I like Bison. Bison's awesome. Increased zone defense and defense any guard deployed on the grid behind him. Yeah. Extremely durable defender that rivals the defense of Korra. Not passively. Not passively. With his S2, yes, but passively, no. Like, he has worse defense than Beagle. Like, on his own, but it's because of his S2 that he can get so high. But even then with Korra, she has similar defense to Beagle, and her S2 is a lot higher, but Bison deserves straight A. Yeah, true. The usefulness of Taunt is niche. Considered a side grade to Korra. Yeah, I can understand why he'd be a side grade to Korra, but but Korra is awesome. The tier list is based on max investment, yes. Which is kind of dumb. I think that you should be taking into account a lot of stuff. You should be taking into account the whole game and progression. And they do take into account progression. They do say like, oh, this operator is pretty good for the early game, but it's like, that should be kind of the standard, shouldn't it? The usefulness of Taunt is very niche. Really? Wait, what? High deployment cost. How much does he cost? He costs 19. What do you mean high deployment? Hoshiguma is like 23. Yes, it is based entirely off of whaling. and nothing else. This is a tier list for whales, and that's it. Bison costs 19 DP, and that's with him at max potential. And you want to know what's kind of cool? I guess he does get more expensive at S2, at E2, but everything gets more expensive. All protectors get more expensive at E2. His potential is easy as fuck to get, so I don't understand. No, Leaf. Duelists are bad because they don't have 3 block, but it's okay that they have good stats. Don't you dare question the duelist mentality. Talents and S2 buffs have restricted deployment conditions. True. Yeah, the fact that it has to be behind him is kind of weird, but it doesn't matter what direction you face Bison in. So as long as it's essentially just one tile of your choice, adjacent to Bison. Like in my 718 clear, because I love talking about this clear because it makes me feel cool. I used Bison's talent as a meme to give Quartz extra defense. It didn't matter because she was taking arts damage, but you have full control over where that tile is, and 90% of the time you're probably going to be putting it in front of him, which is weird. So the fact it's behind him is kind of silly, but I get it. Much more expensive to develop than Korra, who's just as durable, if not more. Korra doesn't have taunt. You just said that he's a side grade. Also, are you taking into account expensive? Are you taking into account that operators can be expensive to upgrade? Is that a factor? Oh man, we should really write that down. That could be something really cool to take into account when evaluating a lot of other operators. That we're not just focusing on the end game, but we're also focusing on the whole game as a whole, and how progression takes into account how you use these operators. Are you telling me that since Bison's a fucking 5-star, he costs more to upgrade than Korra? Genius! Man. Oh, but Hoshiguma's cool though. Hoshiguma's fine. She does cost more than Bison. She costs infinitely more to upgrade, but she's cool because she has good defense for a defender. Yeah, this is kind of stupid. Okay, that's true. This is true, but saying it's niche is kind of stupid. Whatever. Yeah, this is whatever. All right, Beagle. I love Beagle. She is definitely in my top 3 3-star defenders. So I love Beagle. Fairly long skill cooldown. Have you? That's funny. Where's that on Bison? Where's that on Bison? The main reason why I use Beagle over Bison a lot of the time is because Beagle's cooldown is significantly more consistent. And yeah, Bison does technically get more defense with his S1. Beagle's is still a bit more consistent. Plus the defense doesn't make that big of a difference, but really? All right, whatever. Easy to max potential, decent stats, default early game defender if you don't get someone better. Don't get someone better? The default early game defender? Oh man, don't tell I love Amiya. Holy shit, all right. It's like, to most players, including me, Beagle was the default early game defender outside of Noir Corn. But Cardigan, the defense difference between Beagle and Cardigan in the early game doesn't matter that much, and so Cardigan works perfectly fine as your default early game defender. And some would definitely say Spot's even better, so yeah. Oh, what? Okay, so Spot you should level up. Beagle you should level up because they have the red borders. Cardigan you shouldn't. Oh, okay. Good to HP, especially if you max trust and potential. End of story. Yes. Useful on some early game challenge modes with her self-sustain. Oh, just early game, eh? A defense-focused defender is almost always preferable to an HP defender, except versus casters. And against them, healing defenders are usually bet. Are you fucking serious? I don't have Spot leveled up. I have only my no gacha account level up, so I don't have Spot and Cardigan leveled up on here. But Cardigan has more HP than Spot, significantly more. Yeah, that's weird. Harder to max potential because she's not available in recruitment. Oh, that's a funny metric. Oh man, that's a really weird. Being hard to max potential is difficult, and that's a downside. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, by the way, Chen Alter's awesome, and she's good. She's really good. Have you seen Rewrite Kuma using Ben? I have not. I do not engage in a lot of Arknights content, because some of the few that I've seen have either been really based or the stupidest fucking cringe I have ever seen. So it's like I'm walking on eggshells, clicking on an Arknights video. But yeah, I would agree. But the thing is, though, is that they've previously said that this is based on endgame content. This is based on that you are playing the game at the very end. And if you have all of these max 6 stars, you definitely would have whaled enough to where you've pulled enough Cardigans to get her at max potential. I would definitely say it's easier to get a max potential Cardigan than three potential on just a single 6 star. Especially with how small the 3-star pool is. So I think this is stupid because it keeps going against that original philosophy of like, oh, it's about the late game. It's for the whales. It's like, then why do you keep bringing this up to like knock down 3 stars? I guarantee they probably say the same thing for Estelle. Oh, no, they don't. Oh, they don't. Okay. Okay, so I guess Estelle, no. Thing is with Estelle is that you can only get her from recruitment, right? Which is, right? Estelle's only recruitment, right? Or is that headhunting? Am I messing that up? I have all of my recruitment tags. All right, I'm wasting an expedited plan. What do I get? I got Plume, okay. Is Estelle recruitment specific or headhunting specific? Okay, yeah, it's recruitment. Okay, so Estelle, that's not a downside for Estelle because she's a 4-star, I guess. So I don't know. I guarantee you they don't say that with Arene either. So oh, recruitment only, but the tags are fairly common. So that's why, because tags. I guess, but I think it's kind of silly to say that because you can get them from just recruitment, that therefore it's easier than getting them from headhunting. Like, I feel both are equally kind of valid, like, knocks on. So I don't know. I think that's kind of silly. Decent self-sustained versus one colony leak mobs. Enemy dies in the registry. This is saying the exact same thing. Attacks multiple, that's just describing a Centurion. These two mean the same thing. This should technically be a downside. Low defense combined with S2. Oh, low defense? Wait, Centurions have low defense. That's weird. That's really weird. Can you guys, I want you guys to write that down. Can you guys write that down that Centurions have low defense? I just feel it's an important note that we should save. For I don't know, just for later or something. I don't know. I think that this is an important thing to make note of. There's Popakar, Mouse, Sadaroka. All right, Sadaroka is B tier. Archetype, attacks do arcs damage. Thanks for telling me. After killing enough enemies, attack speed increases against status resistance effect. That's only at Elite 2. So, that's, nah, I don't like that. I mean, obviously it's like, oh, it's an upside for Sadaroka, and I like using Sadaroka. That's exclusive to Elite 2, so that's disingenuous. A tanky Arts Guard with very high HP recovery and regen. True. Higher than average makes HP for... Makes HP. Higher than average max HP for an Arts Guard. How much... I mean, higher than average, yeah, but Amiya's probably... Does Sadaroka have more HP than Amiya? I don't know. Archetype, block 1. Thanks for telling me what an Arts Guard is. See, it's like, here it's neutral. Having one block is neutral, but for duelists, it's negative. Better at dueling high arts damage enemies because of their high resistance and HP. What? Better at dueling high arts damage enemies because of her high resistance and HP regen. She has 10 resistance. What are you talking about? Sadaroka is sweaty. Sadaroka... True. And I'm a sweat, so that's why I like her so much. But... Oh, that means that they should have the... That means they need the negative side that says her S1 requires timing, and therefore it's bad. They need to put... Oh, fuck. Who put that? Who was that? It was Pudding. They need the Pudding downside of she requires skill, therefore she's bad out here. There are usually better options for her role. I wonder who they're talking about, guys. Do you guys know who they might be talking about? I wonder who they're talking about. I don't know, guys. We'll just leave it. You know. This could mean anyone. I'm sure. I'm sure there's no one specifically they're talking about. It's just generally, you know. Compare to mouse though. Arts damage. Yeah, true. Arts Guard archetype. What do you... Arts Guard archetype, block 1. Arts Guard archetype, high DP cost. Not really. Low attack, because they do arts damage. And attack modifiers on skill. And attack... Sadaroka has an 80% attack modifier on her S2. What are you talking about? Yeah, they're obviously talking about Surtur. I was just being a little shit. Okay, so them having one block is neutral, not an upside. What the fuck do you mean attack modifiers on skills? I can't pull up... Actually, I can just do this, right? %60 for next hit. Yeah, that is pretty low. Her S2, though? Okay, but that's more mouse, isn't it? It's not... That's not really the archetype. So much weaker than high rarity. Ugh, I wonder who they're talking about. Is not Surtur, therefore bad. Jesus fucking Christ. If you don't have the higher rarity options, I'm going to fucking cry. Assess operators in a vacuum. Stop fucking comparing them to other shit. Stupid. It's fine. Like, I'm fine with comparing things to averages. That's fine. But comparing them to outliers is stupid. That's not how you do statistics. No, Callus. No. It doesn't matter if she has a debuff. She's not Surtur, therefore bad. Indra, Bee Hunter, Jackie. Okay, I like Jackie. I really like Jackie. I think she's a side grade to Bee Hunter. I don't appreciate this. A 4-star brawler with heavy focus on physical evasion. Heavy focus? No? I mean, kind of, but Bee Hunter has more focus on evasion. Stops Jackie from attacking, but gains a large amount of physical and... Honestly, oh man, that fucking voice crack. I'd say her S2 is a downside. So, her S2 is really jank. I like Jackie, but I don't like her S2. It needs to be like 100%. Like dodge. It's so weird. She can function as a dodge tank against stronger foes. True, but so can Bee Hunter. Due to her low base attack and low damage modifiers, she will have a hard time killing medium and higher defense enemies. Jackie's crit is 210% of attack. Jackie's crit is the same power strike beta that everyone else has. What do you mean she has low base attack and low damage modifiers? If Jackie was a high tile operator, Patriot would absolutely fucking love that. Oh wait, that means that technically, I don't think her S2 is defined to be in range, so maybe it is possible that she'd be able to cross map smack. No, that's not true. I think it has to be in range or else she'd hit. After a successful dodge, counterattacks the enemy as physical damage. Doesn't say anything about range, but I don't think you can snipe Jackie and she punches you from across the universe, so... That would be funny, though, if Jackie could just, like... just, like, teleport and punch you in the face if you hit her with a gun. Yeah, I don't agree with this. Jackie's damage modifier is really good, and she's really, really strong against medium defense enemies, so I don't agree with that. She'll be able to utilize her attack speed versus most enemies, and she can only counterattack at the speed of... Yeah, her S2 is not that great. Okay, yeah, so the S2 is both an upside and a downside. This is just wrong, and this is also not really that true. Because I mean, isn't dodge part of the fighter thing? Multiple attacks on the same target increase attack. True. Very cheap to deploy a guard that can pack a big punch. What? Bee Hunter has less attack than Jackie, and she's also as cheap as Jackie. Why isn't this on Jackie? Extremely powerful and paired with attack buffers, can melt bosses in seconds. A fast attack speed, JoJo reference. Alright, that's... Okay. Without significant investment, she will do low damage due to her low base attack. But what? Especially with enemies with defense. If only there was another brawler that did the same thing. That like, helped with enemies with defense. To take maximum advantage of her potential, she needs a lot of support. What are you talking about? Fighters are pickers. I mean, you can use them as tanks, I guess, but that's really inconsistent, and you're probably better off using heavy rain. But, no, fighters are pickers. What are you talking about? Why are Bee Hunter and Jackie in different leagues? Like, it feels like... Because I guess her S2, I think because Bee Hunter's S2, and then if you, like, stack her with buffs, she can quote-unquote melt bosses. I don't fucking know. But, yeah, like, fighter brawlers, they have really high DPS. But it's just because it's lower damage output. Like, Jackie... whatever. I think, like, both Jackie and Bee Hunter were, like, assessed by two different people. One person who doesn't really know how you're supposed to use fighters, and then another person who simps for Bee Hunter, but also doesn't know how to use fighters. Oh, boy. Oh boy, guys, we're here. We made it. Ooh, I already went into detail about my opinions on the quartz discussion, and a lot of people didn't like my opinion. A lot of people didn't like it because Centurions are better. So let's look at that. Extremely high HP and attack stats are sometimes useful. Only sometimes. Only sometimes. Only sometimes is having a shit ton of HP useful. Only sometimes is having a shit ton of HP useful. So says the same people who say that about Cardigan. Attack stats are sometimes useful. Yeah, man, if only operators had high attack. I wish they did, because that would be sometimes useful. S2 has a decent stun despite RNG. Oh boy. The thing is with a lot of people with how they judge quartz is that they don't look at her S1. They see that it's a generic, They see that it's attack up alpha, right? Attack up alpha? Attack up beta. And they go, that's a generic skill. Generic skill bad. But S2 good. S2 always good. S2 is always better. That's why I use Jackie's S2 and not her S1. Crit skills are bad. That's why I use B Hunter's S2 instead of her S1. Because S1 is bad. So... how about you talk about the fact that this overcomes defense thresholds really fucking easily. Crushers are really, really good at being physical damage attackers against pretty decent defense enemies. And a lot of people are going to say, just use arts attackers. Can't really do that all the time, can you? Have you played Chapter 9? Yeah, the fucking Dublin infantry fuckers? Yeah, they're not very much fun, are they? S1 is plus 50%, and I think it's plus... I want to say plus 100% on wind chimes. I want to say plus 100%. But yeah, attack up beta is plus 50% on a crusher, because that's what my quartz is at. And she has my quartz. I have quartz open on my other monitor. 1,146 attack. She goes up to 1,776 attack with S1 uptime. And the S1 uptime isn't even that bad. It's a 37-second charge with a 25-second duration. That's like a 40% uptime. Because the main issue with that is a lot of people are like, oh, crushers have bad attack speed. And it's like, yes, that's to balance out their high attack. It's so you can overcome moderate to high defense really easily. That's the point of quartz. That's the point of wind chimes. I remember She4, and you're clear of 718. Wind chimes did 3,000 fucking damage to Patriot. Physical damage. That's the point. The high attack and the low attack speed. The low attack speed is to balance them out, which sounds crazy because 6-stars don't have balancing mechanisms. They just only have upsides. But in normal game design world, they have downsides to make up for that. So high attack stats are sometimes useful. High attack stats are always useful. That's not true, not always, but a lot of the time they are very useful. It is pretty much always better to have a slower high attacking hit than it is to have low attacking rapid hits. Like 99% of the time, just because of how defense works. And again, S1 is also good. Generic skills are good. Just, complete lack of defense makes her very fragile. Probably more fragile than you think. Her high HP does not make up for it. Okay. As someone who uses crushers a lot, this is wrong. Her complete lack of defense does make her fragile, but only against rapid attacking enemies. Or even just moderate to rapid attacking enemies. That's what makes her fragile. On the other hand, quartz has really, really high HP. So imagine you have, if you have like 5 dudes with 100 doing like 200 DPS each, yeah, quartz doesn't have the defense to tank that. Fair enough. But imagine if you have a tank that does, you have this giant boss that's going to do 2,000 physical damage to quartz. It doesn't, and typically has pretty low defense. Or that has really low attack speed, I mean. So this boss does 2,000 damage per swing. If you have that on, if you have a really slow, high damage attacking enemy, and you're using a protector to tank them, the protector's effective HP is reduced since they're taking less hits, because defense is only useful by hit. So, if you're taking that 2,000 damage swing, it's 2,000 minus the defense, and that's the amount of damage you're taking. So that defense is added on to your effective HP. And so, if you have quartz who might die in 2 shots to something that does 2,000 attack, a defender might also just die in 2 shots because defenders have pretty low HP in regard to their high defense. Now, that isn't always the case, but against pretty slow attacking enemies, it doesn't even matter if it's physical damage, quartz can still tank it pretty well. The main issue is healing. That's the main issue when it comes to crushers, and that's what a lot of people just don't like thinking about. because they associate Crushers with Centurions. And so they immediately think, Crushers are Centurions, therefore I'm going to use them like a Centurion because they have the exact same trait. So they put them down trying to tank a bunch of mooks, trying to tank a bunch of peons, and that doesn't work because they just don't tank. And so they don't tank like the rapidness. And so when you do have this, I'm losing my train of thought, I'm sorry. They can't tank rapid shots, they can't take non-rapid shots because they do associate them with being AoE lane holders, like Centurions, when they're not. Centurions also have shit defense and have really low HP. Centurions die really, really easily to higher single target damage, especially arts damage. You don't use Crushers as lane holders unless it's mainly against, like, arts damage, and that's it. Other than that, the only downside to their survivability is the fact that they just suck when they just can't be healed. That's it. Also, my chat's fucking frozen because I saw something show up on the thing that didn't show up in my chat. I don't know what's going on with my chat. No, it didn't update. What the fuck? Chat dead. Alright, whatever. Yeah, I do not know what's going on. Alright, whatever. But yes, it's this mindset that Crushers are Centurions that leads to a lot of people not really understanding how they're supposed to be used. Crushers are better than Centurions against slower instances of damage. Okay, She4's here. Hello, She4. Yeah, there was someone in chat who sent a message, and then it just never showed up in my chat, so that's weird. Whatever. But skill issue. As mean as that is to say. Top chat flags the messages. Oh my. Live chat. There we go. They flagged Leaf saying that Crusher bad. Oh my, are we being censored, guys? Is Hypergriff in? Are they? Oh my god. Guys, we're being censored. Oh my gosh. Gamepress, they've come. We've been reported. But yeah, the reason why people don't like Crushers is because they think they're Centurions. They're not Centurions. They're not. This is a very, very stupid mindset to have. Quartz and Wind Chimes should not be here. Or should not be used as Centurions. They should not be. S1, lower DPS with less control than it. That's wrong. That's actually just wrong. Against something with 0 defense, sure. But did you forget that a whole upside of Crushers is the fact that they break damage thresholds? That's their biggest upside, is that they break through damage defense thresholds. Her S1 increases her attack. The reason why I don't like using her S2 is because it doesn't increase her attack, therefore it can't overcome damage thresholds better. Again, it's typically better to have rarer but higher attack damage than it is to have rapid but lower attack damage. So, what the fuck are you talking about? S2 makes her more fragile. Yeah, her S2 isn't good. I don't like her S2. It's not a very good thing. I don't like her S2. It's not very well designed for the Crusher archetype. And yes, the attack speed boost is nice, and the stun can sometimes be really useful. I have used the stun myself in my Frost Nova clear, but her S1 is the way to go. Low DPS, high DPH. DPS doesn't fucking matter, it's DPH. Damage per hit is what matters. Yeah, pushers have the exact same trait. And so it's like saying that, like, oh, yeah, Quartz is a terrible push stroker. She can't even push things back. It's like, yeah, because they're not the same fucking thing. Comparing Crushers to Centurions is like comparing Centurions to push strokers. That's how brain dead that is. Oh, and of course, 150 reg certificates makes her more expensive than other 4 stars. The fuck are you talking about? 150 red certificates is about 240 SP if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. Or not SP, sanity. 200, I think it's around 240 sanity. I could be wrong. You want to know what's a lot more expensive? Spending thousands of sanity, grinding 1/7 so you can craft a rundum so you can roll gacha. That's infinitely more expensive. So, yeah. Yeah, that's my Crusher rant. That's my Crusher rant. I will defend Crushers. Replacing my Estelle with Shaw BRP. But yeah, it just blows my mind how Shaw is more accessible than Estelle. I have used Shaw as a Centurion on my no gacha account because I don't have access to Centurions other than Savage. Or I didn't have access to Centurions other than... I didn't even have Savage for the longest time. So I did end up using Shaw as an actual Centurion for a while. Plus her push as a crit ain't that bad. The damage mod ain't great, but it's not terrible. But yeah. I don't appreciate... Also, how the fuck do you put wind chimes below quartz? What the fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna... There. Guys, wind chime... Guys, wind chime's bad because Crusher. Guys, look. I've been using Weedy S2 as a blade replacement. Man, you living on the top of the world. I don't want to read Wind Chime's description. You know what? I'm fucking gonna. Because I already have read it. A long time. I have read it. A build-up time that can be awkward for incoming enemy waves. Between the build-up time and the SP cost, there's long delays between activations without a battery. 5 seconds is too fucking long. 5-second charge is too fucking long. Mjolnir, by the way, who has a 35-second charge, is perfectly fine. Yeah, I know I've already read it, because you guys are in the Discord, so you guys know. Stops attack 5 seconds against shelter and attack slash for human styles. 5 seconds is too fucking long, guys. Wait, good attack modifier that can be easily maintained as long as a healer is nearby. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Easily maintained as long as a healer is nearby. Yeah, Warfarin, but that's it. Yeah, 5 seconds does not work 3,000 damage Elite 2 level 40 against Patriot. That's... No. Nah. Just invest in Mjolnir, because Mjolnir doesn't have any block while he's charging, doesn't do shit while he's charging except act as a taunt, which means that he does literally nothing against melee enemies. And when you do activate his S3, you can't cancel it. So you're gonna end up wasting a lot of his uptime a lot. So yeah. Yeah, I know she has vigor. Yeah. I'm aware that she has vigor. I'm aware of that. I'm making fun of the fact that they think that a healer is all you need. I'm more making fun of like the one actual downside to Crushers that I will actually like agree with is that they are bad at being healed. This is not like as long as a healer is nearby. Kinda, but like I think that's a very weird way of putting it, especially when you shit on Crusher so much. Oh, should we actually read the overview for the Crushers so we can go on more Crusher rant? Wind Chimes is a fierce Forte mountain climber who worked as... I don't care. The Crusher archetype is a massive ball of HP and attack stats that suffers from 0 defense and slow attacks that can hit multiple targets. The slow attacks is good because it's to balance it out. Wind Chimes enhances these stats with her Mountain Traveler Talon, which increases her base HP and grants a Vigor effect when her HP is above a certain percentage. The Vigor effect can multiply powerfully with her Unchanging Rural Heart skill, a very unusual skill that causes Wind Chimes to stop attacking for a wind-up period. Unusual? Mjolnir is an EX. You put Mjolnir in EX. Wind Chimes protects herself with a shelter effect. Okay, apparently shelter and sanctuary are the same thing. Like they call it, I think they might call it shelter on CN or something, because shelter and sanctuary are the same thing. That's what I've assumed. And also gradually ramps up her attack before releasing in the final burst. Here's another situation of we're not going to talk about the S1 because generic skill bad, even though it's what, attack up gamma, which is like a 100% attack boost. We can look. It is 60%. Oh, it is attack up gamma, but it goes up to 100% at mastery 3. Oh, it's exactly the same. Wait, what? Attack up gamma. Attack up. Oh, so it is attack up gamma, yeah. So it can go up to 100%. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I kind of prefer shelter to sanctuary. I think sanctuary is a really weird keyword. But yeah, 100% at mastery 3. Let's ignore that. Guys, let's ignore that. Because we're talking about late game, right? We're talking about late game. That's all that matters. 1400 attack, that going up to 2800 attack? Nah, that's crap, guys. That's terrible. 40% shelter. Gradually increases to 50% when skill expires 230 attack. 230% is an insane damage modifier. Plus 50% on top of that. Whew. Unfortunately, the skill is laden with drawback. Okay. Mjolnir has 35, by the way, so okay. And unlike Mjolnir, Wind Chimes can do shit. And atrocious DPS. It's DPH. Crushers don't care about DPS. What matters is DPH. Against high defense targets, your Crushers are gonna end up doing more fucking damage. DPS. When Wind Chimes stocks attacking during the wind-up period, the shelter effect does little to protect Wind Chimes. 40% is insane! Ugh. Like, giving Sanctuary to Crushers is really, really good. Because it just increases their effective HP. 40% on top of already like 4,000 HP. 5,000. That's a lot. 5,000, bring out the calculator, 5,669 times 1.4. 8,000 effective HP. Yeah, it doesn't do much. 8,000 effective HP does fucking nothing. Would you rather it be defense? If it gave her defense, would you call it good? The stun is bafflingly brief. Who cares about the stun? The stun is not the point. For considering how long it takes to pull off. It's a fucking nuke. In many cases, you're way better off using your generic attack up gamma S1 skill. No? Yeah, there are situations where the S1 would be better, but worst of all, Unchanging Rural Heart is in no way makes up for the downside of the Crusher archetype. She tends to be extremely fragile. Unlike Centurions, due to their 0 defense and already has poor DPS due to their slow attack speed, but they have high damage per hit, so that's retarded. They are not this Forte's forte. You're so quirky. Ugh. Oh my god. How the fuck do you put wind chimes lower than quartz? Like, even though she does cost a tiny bit more, she is kind of a direct upgrade. Read the skill discussion on her page. Oh, man. Oh, it's Botsu! Oh, it's Botsu, guys. Oh, this is the same stuff. It was Botsu. Oh, it tells us. Oh, it's Botsu. And this is all the exact same stuff. Skill discussion. Wind Chimes is a design failure, suffering from the worst of multiple worlds. Her archetype is incredibly fragile without offering much upside. You haven't fucking used... You have never used a fucking crusher in your life, Botsu. You have never used a crusher before. The moment Horderer comes out, everyone's gonna be simping for crushers. The moment he comes out, everyone's gonna be like, oh man, crushers are amazing. They just demolish through high defense stuff. It's crazy. Oh my fucking god. You said it's just and her rarity often suffers from being undertuned for the price. Oh, 5 stars are bad? 5 stars are bad because they're not as good as 6 stars. This man is the smartest Arknights player on the planet. 5 stars are bad because they're not as busted as 6 stars and only are slightly cheaper than 6 stars. This man shines his light onto us, his divine knowledge. Horderer being the meta is the exception, not the rule. That's what everyone's gonna say, I guarantee you. Like, no, because I'm more talking about the fact that I guarantee you people are going to start caring about crushers the moment they get their hands on Horderer, and that's it. Horderer, not Horderer. The damage and utility on her S2 is so brutally undertuned? 5,000 damage is bad. 5,000 damage in a single attack bad. I'd suggest going with her S1 despite the basic attack strengthening skill. I'd suggest going with her S1 despite it being a generic. The damage and utility on her S2 is so brutally undertuned that her S1 at least has a good cycle up from the majority of the time. However, while extremely undertuned, her S2 is the more unique option. So the choice really depends on why you're promoting. The choice really depends as to why you're promoting her in the first place. Oh my god. They don't even show her S2. It's just her S skill. Okay. She can't pierce defense like Typhon, therefore bad. Ooh, Flamebringer higher than Melantha. What? Okay, yeah, we probably just spent like 30 fucking minutes talking about crushers. Flamebringer higher than Melantha. Fucking really? Oh, it probably is just because Elite 2, therefore good. Huge HP and attack stats. He has less attack than Melantha, but better HP. He's more survival driven. Talent, true. Decent damage and self-sustain, true. Significant DPS boosts once it activates. Significant DPS boosts once it activates. I mean, true. You're not. You ain't fucking getting that thing off. Duelist guard, block 1. Trait, single target, 1 block. They're doing it. Guys, they're doing the thing. They're saying that dreadnoughts are bad because 1 block. What? And requiring the killing blow makes it slow to charge. Wait, what? And requiring the killing blow makes this... Did they confuse trait with talent? Slow to charge. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? S2, long charge time means you won't have time. I mean, sure, yeah. Very low defense. Because Dreadnought... There's no winning with these guys. There's no fucking winning with these guys. Duelists only have one block. Dreadnoughts have low defense. Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, he has low defense because he has HP-based survivability. That's the point of Dreadnoughts. It allows them to be a bit more versatile with who you're picking off. Players with Melantha already have developed... Wait a minute. Players with Melantha already developed maybe better served waiting to acquire a more widely applicable frontline DPS. So are you saying that if you already have Melantha, then there's not much point into upgrading Flamebringer? That's funny. That's really funny, guys. That's so funny. So if you already have Melantha upgraded, don't bother with Flamebringer. By the way, Flamebringer is B tier while Melantha's B- tier. What the fuck? Alright, Melantha. Mel serves as a nice caster assassin for early chapters of the game. Like all Dreadnoughts are. Yes. High attack and HP for her level. That's because she's very replaceable. You want to know why I love Melantha so much? Because at Elite 1 level 55, she only costs 13 DP and has almost 900 attack. You can, like, soy point at, you know, Neural the Radiant Knight and be like, oh, but she's better. She costs 8 fucking more DP to deploy. What do you mean replaceable? Melantha costs 4 less than fucking Flamebringer. Melantha's cheap as fuck. Guys, DP management is not a real skill. Just wait 4 seconds. S1 has a long cooldown. What the fuck? I mean, it's true, because it does suffer from her being a picker that you can't get this ability off, but really 40 seconds? It's not that bad. It works really well if you're using her as a support DPS. If she's a support DPS, her S1 works fucking wonders. Oh, very replaceable. And again, they keep bringing up the one block. Like, one block is neutral on Melantha, but one block is negative on Flamebringer, because whatever. Yeah, She4 predicted it. Oh my god. Alright, how do they rate Motoimaru? I have Motoimaru E2'd on my main, so I can at least say something about her. High base attack with great attack buffs from her S2. Oh, wait a minute! Wait a minute, guys. S2, she has no defense, but high... Wait a minute, guys. Motoimaru's S2 kind of reminds you of a certain subclass, right? Oh, that's crazy. Can reach over 2k attack when maxed. Oh, that's really weird. How much attack can wind chimes reach? I don't remember. I think... What was that? With S2, wind chimes can do 5,000 damage. And with her S1, she can have like 2,800 attack? Huh. Weird. Her HP is monstrous, and combined with her S1, she is very durable. Can scale to endgame. Wait. Can scale to endgame. The further you get in the game, the less you need a dedicated guard to fight enemy casters. Dreadnoughts aren't just for fighting casters. Dreadnoughts can be used to support DPSs. Dreadnoughts can be used as general pickers. You aren't just using Dreadnoughts as anti-caster stuff. Many higher rarity god... This doesn't even say anything. It just says there are many higher rarity guard options. Guys, Motoimaru is bad because Neural the Radiant Knight. Guys, Motoimaru is bad because Skady. This is... Brain dead. Yeah, can scale to endgame, except she can't because she's not, because dreadnoughts are bad in endgame, except if they're skatey in Neural Radiant Knight. My heart. Yeah, they're talking shit about conviction. This is all neutral. S2, 50% chance to stun every out. It's a very troll. Does anyone use convictions S2? Can anyone seriously tell me that you've unironically used convictions S2 in a stage? There are definitely cases where Matoe Maru has that extra bit of oomph, but Matoe Maru only has like 100 defense and 1 block, so it's not like she's even really, even if she had 0 defense passively, the fact she has 1 block increases her survivability. But yeah, it's a weird downside because I don't think you'd take convictions S2 even into account. Very cheap to deploy with decent stats and high attack modifiers. Yes? I mean, yeah. Very high damage burst with extremely low proc rate. Damage is mediocre without lucky procs. More for the memes are fun than practical. Too RNG reliant to be useful. The thing is, though, is that Conviction is very, very fun. But if she can get the super crit off, it is so fucking goated. And even then, her crits aren't even that bad to begin with. Like, her crits aren't that terrible. And having crits on a Dreadnought is pretty cool. The issue is that you physically can't use her as a picker because of her stun. But, I mean, someone has used I'm glad someone called 777 Ucky, like 77 Lucky, whatever. I'm glad someone with that name used Convictions S2. It's a very appropriate name. I could say there is some use in using her as a support DPS, but yeah, obviously she's just a fucking meme. Ooh. Midnight C+ tier. Fucking really? I dare say that I personally prefer Midnight over Arene. So, in fact, Arene ain't here. Trait. He is indeed a lord. Thank you for telling me. A ranged guard with arts damage is rare. If you don't get lucky with Lapland, he can do similar. Doesn't, like, every fucking lord do arts damage? Doesn't, like... For Midnight... Wait, who am I talking? Yeah, because, like, Arene does arts damage. Thorns does arts damage. There's one more that does arts damage that I can't remember. But, like, a decent amount of lords do arts damage. So, that's kind of weird to say. But yeah, Lapland also, yeah, Lapland. But if you don't get lucky with Lapland, he can do similar things but weaker. Guys, Lapland. Low attack boost on a skill means you may not be able to completely bring down enemy tanks. He has arts damage. Yeah, fair. I mean, I don't think people rely on Thorns as arts damage, but he's still doing arts damage. That's kind of what I mean. It's like, it feels weird to say that ranged guard with arts damage is rare, when it's like, that's not really true. So I don't really know what he means by that. The low attack boost on skill, it's a 50% change. That's not that bad, especially since he's doing arts damage. Like, having a high attack and still doing arts damage with a pretty good attack speed, it's like... He can absolutely chew through a lot of, like, high defense targets, so I don't really know what they're talking about there. Frostleaf. I will die on this fucking hill. No one agrees with me. No one agrees with me. I will defend Frostleaf. I really like Frostleaf as a unit. E2 talent. Increased attack range at the cost of increased attack interval. That's an upside? How is that not a neutral? The thing is, though, is that it makes sense for Frostleaf to have that increased range because she's not meant to be a DPS lord. She's meant to be a support lord. But the attack interval does fucking kill her. It sucks. It sucks so bad that it chews up her uptime on her S1, and it makes her S2 just a bit less useful. Decently durable. Frostleaf has really fucking high defense. It's weird. She has like over 400 defense at the level I have her at. I don't think it should be a downside. I think it should be a neutral, because the extra range is pretty good, but the attack speed does just absolutely destroy a lot of her use. Offers melee grid deployment option, different from slower supporters. This is true. This is actually a huge upside to Frostleaf, and this is why I will defend her. If you don't have the ability to use, if you just can't use like Orchid. Hey, you're allowed to have your opinion. I do like Frostleaf as a unit. I genuinely do. I do. I will die on this hill. But yeah, if you don't have a space to put Orchid, she works perfectly fine as a slower. And the best part about Frostleaf is that she doesn't inflict slow, she inflicts movement speed reduction, which stacks with slow. So you can use both her and Orchid without having overlapped, without having an overlapped effect. So basically, or without having the effect durations overlap. So if you have Orchid, that's an 80% slow. You're using Frostleaf, that ends up being a 90% slow, since it's 50% on top of 80%. When compared to Slower Spore, Slow's limited uptime. Not with her S1. Her S1's uptime is really good. And I'd definitely say, yeah, I think Frostleaf's probably better at Elite 1, but getting her S1 to Mastery 3 is really, really good. It's a weird sort of like self-balance. If she didn't have the attack speed increase, she'd be so good, but her S1 at Mastery 3 is really fucking good. But the increased attack interval prevents her from having like a 98% uptime. That's, ugh. Only active during skills. Her S1 gives her a really good uptime. Has no multi-target. As opposed to like Earth Spirit, I guess? The freeze is unreliable without Reveille. The freeze! The freeze. Ah, yes, I think you mean bind. I can't blame them if they just forgot, because the actual bind like model is like a little frozen block. I think it's stupid that like bind doesn't have a somewhat consistent model. I like that it does change for flavor, but yeah, she doesn't do freeze. I wish she did freeze though. She'd be awesome if she did freeze. Lower DPS than a 3-star Midnight, equal levels. That's because she's a support unit. It's like, yes, this is the upside and, oops. This is the upside and this is the downside. Bind was called freeze. Okay, so maybe it is just crappy translation. That would make sense. But yeah, I will defend Frostleaf. I'm perfectly fine with her taking a support role. And I don't think she's amazing. I don't think she's the best fucking operator in the game. But I really, really, really do wish that... Because Lords don't have modules yet, right? Yeah, Lords don't have modules. So it's definitely possible. Because imagine this. Frostleaf gets her module, and it just changes her talent so that she no longer has the attack speed, the attack interval increased. Then she's pretty fucking good. So I wouldn't even be mad. Again, I'm not saying she's the best fucking thing ever, but I think that having a utility lord, I think that just her designed as a utility lord with pretty good defense, a really cool, like, ability, it's like, I'm down for it. I'm down for it. Yeah, if Frostleaf had cold, she'd be fucking crazy. Holy shit. Because the cold slow, because that's the biggest downside with Frostleaf. Is that the biggest downside with Frostleaf is that because she's limited to melee tiles, if you're blocking the target, it doesn't matter if they're slowed, because they're not moving anyways. And so if you had cold instead of slow, what you would have is a decreased attack speed, which would be really good as that boosts Frostleaf's survivability significantly and could genuinely be really, really good for supporting defense. Like, it's like Frostleaf is so close to being so good, and I really like her design. I'm more of a simp for Frostleaf. Not like, I mean, I do like her character, and when I mean simp, I mean for the unit. I really like how she's designed, but there's just, it's the fact that just one line of text, but attack interval increases slightly, that completely bombs her. That it just, without that text, I think she'd be really, really cool. Yeah, and if she had cold, if she was able to reduce attack speed, like, she doesn't even need to freeze the thing. If instead of her S1 inflicting a movement speed debuff, she inflicted cold, she'd be so damn good. Because the attack speed decrease just makes all of your defenders super tanky. It makes everything just awesome. It's just, she's so close to greatness. She's so close, but, man. It's like, I just wish they'd release a balance patch and just change the movement speed to cold, and then we're happy. Everyone's happy. Or just remove the talent with her module. Just, please, Hypergriff. Please. She is so close to being so good. But she just kind of sits as mediocre because people don't, because she isn't DPS, therefore bad. Humus and B tier. Really? Really? Alright, alright. Mixed talent, mixed with the Reaper trait. Mixed? His talent works amazing. Let me cope, Callus. Let me cope. Let me cope. Mixed with Reaper trait. What do you mean? It's Humus's talent is really good with the trait. It's like perfect Reaper design. Unlike Highmore in La Pluma's S1, S1 remains at 3 SP even at Mastery 3, greatly reducing his relative potential. Don't compare things. That's stupid. Don't compare things. Could it be maybe to balance him? Maybe it's to balance things. So I don't, what do you mean? Mixed as in addition to. Mixed, oh, okay, I see. It's like mixed in with the Reaper trait. Okay, that makes more sense. I was thinking it meant like the talent is mixed with the Reaper trait. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you. Even with the Vigor threshold, even if the Vigor, can't talk. Even if the Vigor threshold can be maintained, even if the Vigor threshold can be maintained, English, the overall damage output is lower than S1. So, what? Oh, with his S2. The overall damage output is lower than S1. Is it? I don't know if that's true. Extremely poor mastery skills make deeper investments questionable. Is it just because he doesn't go down to 2 SP? What? Wait, is this just literally... Wait, okay. I don't know his masteries. I only have an Elite 1 level 60 on my main. What do you mean his masteries are bad? And recovers 80 HP. Also, isn't this just generally higher? Because if I remember correctly, Highmore doesn't have that. She just attacks twice. Yeah, Highmore just attacks twice. Yeah, so I guess Highmore would heal more. And I don't know about La Pluma, though. But is it just because it doesn't decrease the SP? Block count +1 gains vigor effect to +45% when over 50% HP. Effect doubles to over 80 when over 80% HP. Yeah, I don't see the issue. Well, I mean, I feel his damage is lower because he's meant to be more of a tank. because of he's meant to just have better survivability because of his recycle talent. So I think this is just a situation of like, I don't know. This feels kind of weird. I'd feel like you're kind of comparing apples to oranges here. I think Humus is more meant to be a bit tankier than like Highmore. It's just a matter of better survivability for lower damage output, which can be good in a lot of situations, especially with, you know, Reapers hitting fucking everything. Highmore, who is freely available from the IS3 rewards ladder, is almost always superior. No. An E1 costs are close enough to raising Humus doesn't have... No. No. What? Highmore does have better damage output. Humus is better for survivability. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah, the block one is definitely a gigantic... Yeah, because when you have the extra block, you do get that... Yeah, you are correct. You get the extra heal because Reapers heal based off of block count. So with that extra heal, he's healing an extra 50 HP every single hit. I think, is it 60 at Elite 2? I want to say it's 60 at Elite 2. I could be wrong, though. Or no, that's with module, right? Isn't it just higher healing at module? I don't remember. But yeah, that feels kind of weird. Because yeah, the extra block helps him tank more. It gives him extra healing. And the attack speed's more, the attack boost, even if it does, because I can't do the math right now, but even if it was worse than S1, it's still an upside. So I don't, Whislash at B-. You can defend Highmore. We can do this crazy thing. Here's a really cool thing, Mr. Frosty, is that you can like 2 different units and call them both side grades. Like, Highmore can be good in certain situations, and Humus can be good in other situations. It's like, it's kind of crazy to think about that Humus could be a side grade to Highmore, and it's kind of stupid to worry about figuring out who's better. Like, both Highmore... I mean, Highmore... I don't think Highmore's survivability is on par with Humus. Humus is fucking a goat. But the elemental damage heal is really good for Highmore. Just her damage output, especially with her dodge on S2, is fucking crazy. It's like... I don't know anything about Pluma, so I can't say anything about that. Whislash can attack non-aerial enemies at a distance. What a weird thing to put as a plus. It doesn't even say that in the trait. It doesn't. Wait, why are you? Wait, okay. So, for the trait, you're saying that Whislash can attack non-aerial enemies at a distance. What about the fact that she does 20% more? She has 20% extra attack when hitting enemies she's not blocking. Wait, I feel like you're talking more about the fact that she can't hit air than you are about the fact that she does a shit ton of damage to enemies that she isn't blocking. But who do I know? Buffs the attack speed and defense operators block count of 3 or more. True, that is indeed what she does. A unique support guard that utilizes in buffing defenders and AoE guards. Also true. Good with Neon. Alright. Who can increase operators' block count. You say the same thing about, what's her name? What's her name? Damn it, what's her name? The Bard. Oh, I'm blanking. Heidi? It's Heidi, right? Yeah, Heidi. Okay. You sent that the moment. The moment. Okay, yeah, Heidi can. Yeah, Heidi too. So. Yeah, Heidi. So it could be. Yeah, I love the delay. It's like I figured it out on my own, and then everyone just starts saying Heidi. I mean, yeah, true. I don't know anything about Neon, so I don't know if I'm sure that's true, but I'm sure could replace that with Heidi and be exactly the same. Able to temporarily act like a ranged AoE guard. Her S2 is weird. I don't use Whislash's S2 that much. Can be placed safely behind multiple melee operators and still reach enemies. She is a ranged guard. That is true. This is the exact same thing as this. I love this. This is amazing analysis. Boosts her talent and allows it to affect operators with less than 3 block at a reduced effect. True. Very weak base attack for a guard. I wonder why. I wonder why. Weak attack modifiers on skills means you'll have trouble killing enemies with medium or higher defense. I wonder why. Because of the talent limitations, you can have trouble pulling your weight outside of teams, heavy AoE guards, and damage-oriented defenders. Wait. AoE guards and damage-oriented defenders. So defense-oriented defenders don't count? It's wrong to boost defensive... Man, I didn't know I'd been using Whislash wrong this whole time. Oh man, that sucks. Man, this entire time, I thought I was supposed to be using Whislash to just boost my defender's defense. Man, little did I know I was doing it wrong this entire time. Because Whislash, like, although 10% defense doesn't sound like that much, that's like 20 extra levels of stats. And so, just putting down Whislash, they only care about the... I wouldn't be surprised. That would make sense if they're just comparing her to, like... Oh, yeah, AoE guards and damage-oriented defenders. No, the defense buff is where she's at. The attack speed buff does help against, like, you know, with your offensively driven protectors or your arts protectors. But, like, 10% defense is fucking crazy. Yeah, I don't think they give a shit about using Whislash to beef up your operators. But to be fair, Whislash gets a lot of usage from me because of my niche, because I am playing underleveled, and so Whislash buffing up stats is kind of like cheating out some extra levels just for an operator slot. But even then, it's like, with her S1, like that defense boost gets boosted to like 27%, which is fucking insane. It's like with Whislash, Bryophyta, and like Bison, I've gotten Bison up to like 1600 defense, you know? It's like, yeah, at Elite 1 level 40 for them, 50 for Bison. So it's like that was a strat, like I was using Whislash this morning on the CC stage, so it's like, I'm more inclined to like the defense than the attack speed, but the attack speed does work. So, Whislash is the aunt of Neural and Blemishine. Really? I didn't know that. Cool. Yeah, but even then, she is meant to be a supporter. The S2 is really good. I do like the S2. No, it's not really good. It's pretty good. It's just that the attack modifier on her S2 is a bit low. And so it's really difficult to kind of justify using her with her S2, because a lot of the time you could probably just use another like instructor that has like a crit or something. But it is that AoE that is like the biggest selling point with Whislash's S2, which can definitely have its use cases. Like just being able to have that hits everything in range, right? It's everything in range, right? I keep closing out her. Oh, it's all blocked enemies, but it's just all blocked enemies, not enemies blocked by self. So it could literally just be like, you have your Korra in front of your Whislash. Korra has her 4-block cos module, maybe even beef it up to 5 with her S2. Then you have Whislash giving her some boosts, and then you activate Whislash's S2. Whislash is doing some pretty decent damage to 5 targets at once, you know? Which I think her S2 is probably a lot better for higher level play when you do have those high block counts. But for me, her S1's kind of the biggest upside for me. It's weird that they put her above Swire though. Because I feel like the attack boost of Swire would be more appealing to these guys. Can attack non-aerial enemies at a distance. It's the same dude. Again, not talking about the 20% attack boost. Why? Melee operators in the surrounding 8 tiles get it true. High defense. Alright. Good DPS with S2 active. Very high SP cost with on-attack charge means low uptime. I don't have Swire on my mini, so I can't check her stats. So I don't think I can make this judgment for Swire right now, because I only use her sparingly on my main. Yeah, I don't think I can make a judgment for Swire. I don't have her up right now. But Bryophyta, though. Oh my god. Okay, first off, there is absolutely no... There's no analysis. I'd expect Swire to be liked because of her attack boost. That's mainly it. But yeah, for what I remember, her skill charges are really, really high. But I can't imagine seeing her to be really, really cool. Because she does gain that extra range. I don't remember too much about her, though. A-Ship's Toolbox to easily view up stats. I can pull it up on my phone. I can pull up Topsis on my phone. And then I'll just look at that. I mean, do you guys really want to hear my fucking take on Swire? Like... It's like, yeah, she buffs things. Thumbs up. It's like, I love giving my things extra attack. Hey, you want to know what my favorite use case for Swire is? Is on stages where you can place down... Yeah, apparently they gave up on Bryophyta. But... For Swire, I think my favorite use case for Swire is playing her on stages that don't have range tile restrictions, so you can just beef up like Ambriel. I don't... I don't think anyone... I'm trying to look for... I'm looking for... It's in ABC order. What am I looking for again? Swire? This is content. There you are. Alright, I'm gonna judge them. Oh, no, I should judge them at Mastery 3 because this is an endgame tier list. Effect. So talent increase 2 times, increase range. 40-second SP, 35-second. A 40-second charge for a 35-second duration. That's not terrible uptime. It's just... It's not bad uptime. It's just... It would definitely feel like a very inconsistent charge, and you'd have to use her for burst situations. That's the impression I'm getting. But again, this is just... I haven't used Swire that much. This is all just me, like, giving theoretical analysis, and theoretical analysis sucks. So... Attack plus 80% in the... That has 45-second charge, 30-second duration. The uptimes aren't that bad. It is purely just because of the charge. That definitely seems to be it. Because 3 times... I think it's 10... Because again, that's 12% at Elite 2. Alright. Oh, her buff doesn't get buffed by her module. That's kind of sucks. But, okay, so it's 12% at high potential Elite 2. Because this is gamepress. And so it's like a 36% attack boost? Oh, you're right. It is offensive. Oh, so that's not 45 seconds. Ooh. When there are melee allies in the 8 surrounding tiles, recover 1 SP every 3 seconds. Ooh, so that's not even 45 seconds at best. Ooh, okay. Okay, her S2 is definitely in the gross department. Her S1 ain't that bad. And it does come out to be around a 24% attack increase, which is pretty big for a really long range, so... I'm not gonna say she's terrible. I'm not gonna say Swire's terrible. I think her S1 definitely has pretty good potential, especially with how large her range is. You could put all of your main DPS attackers in the same area, and then that's everyone is doing 24% more damage. So, you know, It's not even 20% more damage, 24% more attack, which is even better. S2. Here's another situation of S1s don't matter because generic skills don't matter, even though instructors with crits are crazy. Like Doberman and Bryophyta, like their crits go hard. Decent total defense buff. Stuns himself after. That I do think his stun is kind of silly. If I were to have designed him, I would have made it so the stun only happens if both of the buffs affect him, because he has this thing where if there are no operators in surrounding 8 tiles, he gets the 50% defense buff. And I think the stun should only be if he gets the defense buff. But yeah, the stun is very silly. But even then, I don't use his S2, I use his S1. Limited offensive value. Even with skill up. Man, you guys don't like generic skills, do you? Man. It's a Power Strike beta, man. Alright. You do you, man. It's the exact same as Doberman, but alright. Speaking of Doberman, oh, this is C- tier. Really? Damn. Weak skills, that's redundant because that doesn't matter. Below average attack. No. Her buffs on her own aren't that strong, and having them only applied to 3 stars makes her very limited. They love Power Strike on... Well, Palace doesn't have Power Strike. She has her double Power Strike thing, which I think has worse damage modifiers, but it hits twice, therefore it good. Even though it's better to have instances of high damage than multiple instances of low damage. So, I don't know. Yeah, they don't. Like, even for Doberman, weak skills? The fuck you talking about? The fuck you talking... Alright, I'm gonna pull up my main. I'm sorry, Bryophyta. You're gonna go... Oh no, the music's... Music dead. Alright, no more music. I'm gonna open up my main, so this is gonna take a bit. So, because there's something wrong with my Nox, and I gotta, like, repair it every single time I open it. But... yeah, it does depend on the enemy, definitely. But when it comes to, like, medium to high defense enemies, single target's usually better. It just depends on the situation, yeah. But I do think it's very silly to be like, oh, Bryophyta and Doberman have bad S1s, but then to complement, like, Palace when it's kind of on the same tier. Although, obviously, lay power creep, so lay Palace good. Opening up Nox. All right. I keep clicking out because if you click anywhere, it goes out. Ugh. Okay, because the reason why I want to pull this up is because you remember, like I was talking about earlier, how the reason why I love using Whislash is because it kind of functions like I'm cheating levels on my operators. Doberman is the exact same way. Doberman gives you, like, kind of makes it so your 3 stars go from being kind of like Elite 2 level 1 operators to being Elite 2 level 20 operators. Like, although, like, the defense isn't the coolest thing ever, but it is still, like, or the attack boost isn't, like, the coolest thing ever, but it is significant enough to where Cruz goes from doing, what, 495 to around, like, 550, I want to say. I could be wrong, though. That's just what I remember. And if you add that, or that's with, like, her S2. And it's like, Cruz is crazy on her own. The only thing holding her back is her lack of S2, and so you combine Cruz with Doberman, it's like, there you fucking go. Yeah, you get that with Melantha, you get that with Spot, you get that with Midnight. There's so many great 3 stars, and then you make them better. And it's like, damn. Like, to me, I think Doberman is, like, the best, probably, like, one of the best early game operators to get to Elite 2. Oh, hi, Amia. Turn off sound effects and voice lines, because we're here for the music. Alright, we're going to look at my Doberman. Force 643 attack. Yeah, I guess that's below average. Attack plus 80%. Yeah, I guess below average. 230. Yeah, Doberman's the only operator I have completely max mastery on my main. There are 3-star operators on the field. Attack speed plus 50%. Yeah, no, man, I can't. I can't. You can just pull up Cruise right now. Or you Cruise? There you are. 446. Oh no, it goes up to 495 with, yeah, that's it. So Cruise with 446, multiply that by 1.11. Yeah, she's at 495. That's just having Doberman on the field. And then 446 times 1.33 because of her S2. That's almost 600 attack on a Cruise. It's like, and those are two operators that are pretty damn easy to get your hands on. But I know this is for late game, and so if it isn't a 6-star, then it doesn't count. But they're really underselling. No, I'm just looking at my, I mean, unless you guys want to see my other screen, I could. But I'm just looking at my other screen right now, just looking at doing math on my own. Because I don't know if you guys would want to see that. I mean, I can show it. I guess I can't. Okay. Yeah, I just have my main open. Just showing the yeah, just so I can reference stats, that's it. Yeah, they put zero effort into like associating Doberman. Offensively, she's really strong with, especially with her S1, so I don't know what the hell they're talking about. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Fallenic above Gavial and Ansel. Holy shit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Fallenic above Ansel by a whole letter grade. Okay. All right. If there's, wow. At least Ansel has the red border. But really? Talent gains status resistance effect and takes less damage from environmental hazards. This is only at Elite 2, so it's not always relevant. The status resistance is very weird. Increased attack range and attack. Increased attack range and attack. Short initial cooldown. It's not that amazing though. Allows Fallenic to damage enemies while also increasing your healing potential. Free operator with max potential obtainable through the event shop. Allows for medic only runs of some stages. I mean based, but that's a weird thing to put down. So she's a free operator and her max potential is easily obtainable, which is something that only Fallenic has, I guess. May require players to choose between utilizing the range extension or the healing boost if they are required at different times. What? 2 is A tier. Yeah, I can understand. Gavial should be alongside 2. That feels weird. What does this even mean? Like, the reason why you bring Fallenic is because of the range extension. When are you in a situation where you're like, oh man, this unit in range is taking damage and I want to heal it good, but this enemy out of range is not taking damage, and so I'm just wasting the extra range. It's like, what? Like, I get what they're saying, but it's a very weird thing to, like, kind of put down. S2 has low DPS compared to units dedicated to dealing damage. No way! She has low DPS compared to units dedicated to dealing damage. Wow. A medic is bad at doing damage. Holy man. Oh, that blows my mind, man. That, all right. Prioritizes enemies, which can result in insufficient healing to operators who need it. Yeah, true. True. Like, I'm not gonna say that Fallenic's bad, but yeah, she is definitely very, very niche. Which is why I find it to be weird that she's above Gavial. Because Gavial's just a good generic single target healer. Unless it's just like... Because again, this is a quote-unquote endgame tier list, like Pete is saying. So it's like... Gavial bad in the endgame? I don't know. Yeah, what I love Gavial. I don't know what they're talking about here. Talent buffs other medics. Her talent is very weird. I don't think I've ever used Gavial for her talent. Skills have healing over time effects and can be decent if leveled. Yes. I don't know why it took me so long to understand that sentence. Gavial is still really good in the end game. So I think we're just expecting too much from gamepress at this point. A decent replacement for Hibiscus or Ansel. What the fuck? Hibiscus, yeah. I can understand Hibiscus, yeah. Ansel? Do you not understand why everyone uses Ansel? Okay. All right. Your healing over time only becomes good if the target has less than 50% HP and the skills that even then, I could probably pull her up right now. Yeah, if you do plan it, it can, but a lot of the time it's like, do you really have the ability to do that? Because if it does work, then hey, it's a free extra boost, but it's more like a bonus upside rather than like a selling point, you know? But yeah, this is kind of dumb because looking right here, this is only at level 7. This isn't even at mastery. Oh, I'm not saying Hibiscus is not worse than Ansel. I'm not saying that. I'm saying Gavial has a better... Gavial's role is closer to Hibiscus than it is Ansel. Because Ansel's got the yeets. That's the Ansel. Like, you can't really replace the yeets. I can understand comparing Gavial to Hibiscus. I cannot understand comparing Gavial to Ansel. I really cannot. Hibiscus and Ansel are definitely side grades, but... like, Gavial and Hibiscus, okay, they're good, decent core medics. Ansel's got the fucking yeets. You can't compare any medic except Fallenic to Ansel. But even, yeah, this is, her healing over time only comes good with the has. That's not true. It's 26% over 4 seconds. That's just doubled healing. Like, that crit, although it is, you know, it is a bit slow, it is doubled healing. It's still pretty good for single target healing. And it essentially becomes, like, tripled if they are below 50% HP. So this is, it's not weak. It's kind of good. The skill cooldowns, especially on S2, are not good. Yeah, S2 I can understand, definitely. Yeah, Patopsis. Yeah, I did forget about her. I don't know, it feels weird comparing Ansel to Patopsis. Like, yeah, they do both have the range extension, but it's like... one's a multi-medic, the other, like... because Patopsis already has the lower range to begin with. And it's only one tile. It's like, at best, Patopsis has on par range with a core medic. So it's like, yeah, you do have the range extension, and I guess it could be really good with the range negative, with the negative range, but... eh. But, the only thing I can agree with here is that the skill cooldown on S2 isn't that great. But typically you use her S2 for like crazy... ugh, I bit my tongue. Typically you use Gavial's S2 for like there is a dude coming in. He's going to blow up all of my operators. I need to get them back up to good health really quickly. You use her S2. Usually you are only going to use the Gavial's S2 like 2 or 3 times in a stage. Her S1 is just usually better when using her as a generic medic. But yeah, I have no reason to understand why Falanic is better than Gavial. And Ansel's in C+ tier. Again, it's because no E2, therefore bad. S1 gives him a unique extended range, can be useful on some maps. Yes. Talent. Chance to heal an additional ally with each heal. Yes. Talent proc is low. At Elite 1 level 55, it's... I want to say it's 15% boosted to 17% with potential. So it's obviously unreliable. You shouldn't be using Ansel as like a breeze, for example, but his talent's just kind of an extra little bonus. You know, like I said with Gavial's talent, it's like it's not part of his identity. It's just it's an extra little upside. So if anything, it's like I would just kind of remove this because it's kind of irrelevant, you know? Because like he's a core medic. Yeah, he doesn't hit multiple targets. He's not Myrrh. But I also, it's so bare bones, but there really ain't much else to talk about with Ansel. 18%, so it is better than what I was saying. All right, Myrrh. Long skill cooldowns. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Heals all operators on deploy. I too love Lancet. S1 and S2 can heal an additional target. True. Decent mix of single target, multi-target healing. True. Issue is that she does kind of suck as a single target medic compared to like Gavial. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't really understand why this is a negative. It should just be like neutral at best because it's an extra upside. It's not part of his identity. If Ansel was like identical to Hibiscus and this was the only difference, then yeah, it would be a downside. But it's really only an upside. Charmingly androgynous. Okay, so it's not unrealistic that I thought that Ansel was a chick for an embarrassingly long time. Oh, wait a minute. No, when they say charmingly androgynous, they mean he's a femboy, and that's an upside. Aw, man. Man, don't do Ansel like that. I love this. Gray the Lightning Bearer. Awesome. Ceylon. Ceylon is funny. Ceylon is very funny because she's the only therapist who is kind of built around... Okay, so I'm not the only one who thought who thought Ansel was a chick. Okay, Ceylon. Ceylon's weird because if you're using her on Docilus Holiday, she's pretty cool. If you're using her as a therapist for the sake of Honeyberry and Pure Stream are probably A tier. I would definitely say that. Which is weird because Pure Stream is pretty good, but so are a lot of other 4 stars. So I don't know. Larger healing range, attack reduce 70%. 70%. 70%. 70%? Ceylon's talent doesn't work in Docilus Holiday. It doesn't? I swear it did. Oh, well, on some of the Docilus Holiday stages, because you do have water on the stages. %. Therapists are 80%. So not only is this a redundant upside, because it's not even correct. Increased attack with much larger increase in the stage has water grids. It's a 4%. It's a 4% attack increase. It's not that crazy, and it goes up to 5% at Elite 2. Only works for Siesta water. Because I swear, I mean, you do have like deep water tiles. I don't know, because I remember I've used her in my DOSless holiday clears. I remember her having pretty high attack. Whatever, it doesn't matter. To be fair, her talent is very, very vaguely worded. Outside of the summer event, water grids are not existent. True. Okay, so there was an operator earlier. Oh yeah, Highmore. I think they literally, no, it wasn't Highmore. Who was it? Oh no, I think you guys said that they put way too much. No, who was it? There was someone that we looked over who had an upside based on like events, and that was an upside. I don't remember who it was, or if we even looked at that, or I'm just making something up. Whatever, but I think I'm making that up, but I mean, I feel this would just be an upside, because again, it's like her attack isn't the highest, but it's not that different from other therapists without the super buff, you know? Resist effect has pretty niche use, so it's just... DOSless has fake water in story. Yeah, I think we were talking about Shalem, but I never looked at him. I think I'm just creating this fake memory of them having an upside because you guys just told me. Yeah, resist effect has pretty niche use. Yeah, chapter 6 is... I mean, to be fair, it is only like the latter half of chapter 6, so fair. But to have all of your therapists not have, like, to be able to counter resist is kind of good. I don't get why this is a downside. Yeah, that is true. Ceylon can resist buff unhealable targets, which is a really good upside. Like, I don't know if I have, but I do remember, I think I remember using Ceylon to resist buff, like, Highmore. I could be lying to myself, because I may have just thought of doing that, but you can do that. High DP cost and low attack compared to other... She's not a core medic, though. She's a therapist. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, she has low attack because she's a therapist. What are you... Man, isn't it crazy how the therapist has worse stats than the core medic? Man, therapists suck. The fuck are y'all talking about? Also, I hope that this is also a downside on Lumen, because I guarantee you it fucking ain't. I guarantee you that this isn't a downside on Lumen. Yeah. Neither of these are going to be downsides on Lumen. May, Vermeil, Meteor, Jessica. Oh, yes. Yes. This is something that I very vividly remember because of how absolutely retarded it is. Okay, so Jessica is at B- tier. Makes sense. Cruz is at C+ tier. I think you're huffing coke if you think that, but all right. Let's go look at Jessica, because apparently, according to gamepress, Jessica is better than Cruz. So let's go look at her. All right, prioritizes attacking. That's redundant. We already know that. Good attack boost makes her viable in later chapters. Okay. Rare sniper defensive skill. All right. Has a lot of skins based. Hard to justify the resources of promoting her to Elite 2. Okay, you contradicted that. A 3-star Cruz does more damage at equal levels before E2. So you shouldn't upgrade her to Elite 2 because it's hard to justify the resources, I guess, despite her being a 4-star and that being the easiest fucking thing ever to upgrade to Elite 2. Again, make sure you upgrade all of your 6 stars to Elite 2. Jessica is just too damn expensive. But... So you're not supposed to upgrade Jessica to Elite 2 because 4-star bad, but you also shouldn't use her over Cruz unless you have her at Elite 2. So she's objectively worse than Cruz. none of this is an upside. So for what reason did you rate Cruz lower than Jessica? You literally say right here, Cruz is better before Elite 2. Also, you should just not upgrade her to Elite 2. So why is Cruz lower? Also, this is the only, like, correct downside to give Cruz. This is genuinely the only, like, correct downside to give Cruz. Anything else? Anything else? Any other downside you could give Cruz is incorrect. This is the only justifiable downside I will agree with. It's an endgame tier list, but they like to contradict that a lot by bringing up resources a lot, and it's kind of silly, and I don't get it. Because isn't it in the endgame you would have the resources to upgrade a random fucking 4-star? Like, I don't know, man. And even then, yeah, endgame tier list, except Cruz's upside is that she's great for early game challenge modes. Is this an endgame tier list? What is this? Talent is busted. Great for early game challenge modes. She deals more damage than 4-star snipers at equal levels. Says Kokodayo every 15 seconds. Cruz is a C+ tier. Does not say anywhere that she can be buffed by Doberman to make her stats even better. They do. They do. They shit on everything that isn't a 6-star, basically. Anakiel. Yeah, fair. Yeah, we looked at casters. We did it. We had an Indigo rant. We had an Indigo rant. Don't worry, Frosty. We had an Indigo rant. we had a long Indigo rant. Yeah, the thing is with Anakiel is that he's in a similar boat to I gotta sneeze. Oh. No, I don't. Oh, that weird moment where you kind of have to sneeze, but then you don't. Ugh. Yeah, prioritizes attacking ranged enemies. It's a weird case where he's similar to Steward, where his niche is really cool, but unlike Steward, he doesn't have the stats to keep it up. If Anakiel had Power Strike, he'd be fucking great. But, oh boy. It's like, this is such a cool upside, but I can't disagree. Anakiel has so much potential. It's like, he's the reason why 3-stars need modules. Jesus. Shiryuki. Ooh, Catapult and C tier. Eh, fair. Does it prioritize flying units? Guys, artillerymen can't prioritize flying units. This is artillerymen aren't marksmen. That's crazy. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, slow attack speed. That's trait. Slow offers additional utility. Yeah, true. Inflicts arts damage, was great for killing high defense enemies. If only she wasn't an artilleryman and already excelled at dealing with medium to high defense enemies. Extended range finds unique and exceptional reach. Alright. Alright. Melanite B+? Really? Oh, okay. Like, Arado B+? Ambriel B? Man. I mean, to be fair. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Ooh, poor Kirara. Hey guys, do you know the Shiryuki single target DPS is bad compared to Cruz? Literally unplayable. For some reason, Arado and Tadar are in B tier. Because they're not 6-stars. Somehow Melanite 8 and A tier. High physical damage potential on relatively short cooldown. Yeah. Module. Dodge ignore is rare. An area of effect dodge ignores are even more rare. Wait, why is that an upside? Yeah, she fucks over those fuckers in Sofal Terra Novice. And I guess she counters... What's that guy's name? Anduin? That's not how you say it. That's definitely not how you pronounce it. Anduin? Whatever. If I looked at the name, I could probably say it, but... How is this an upside? You're saying that it's rare and therefore it's bad, so why are you putting it as an upside? Just say that she has dodge ignore. Damage drops off rapidly with range, limiting where she can be effectively used. She's not a marksman! She's a heavy shooter. What are you talking about? Man, Melonite's S2 can't snipe things from across the map. Man, she's useless. What the fuck are you talking about? Module, dodge ignore is snipe. You just say the same thing twice. What? Except one of it is an upside and the other one is a downside. What the fuck are you talking about? Whew. Acid drop B. I guess that is quite high for a 4-star. Nah, Maze B+. Really? Acid drop in B? Like her talent is only useful against enemies with high defense. She's not Shores, therefore bad. Attacks will do increased minimum damage. The enemy's 2 tiles ahead of self. That is how the... Wait, attacks do increased minimum damage to enemy is... If the enemy's 2 tiles ahead of self, it's opposed to normal 5% minimum. So also provide physical DPS against extremely high defense enemies. Yeah, that's the whole point of heavy shooters. Like, isn't that kind of the whole point of, like, heavy shooters? Close range sniper archetype. Yeah, heavy shooters are good against medium to moderately high defense targets. That's the point. Her talent is only useful against high defense enemies. That's the point of heavy shooters. Very poor skill uptime. It's like, yeah, I can see how acid drop could only just be useful for, like, having that extra minimum damage boost, but I don't know. I think they're a bit underrating acid drop, because I really like acid drop. Arado and Totter and Totafons. Loses her lustre? I have never seen that word before in my life. But not fighting Sarkaz enemies. That's all I wanted to look at. Heavy shooters literally don't have a trait before module. Yep. I guess part of their trait is that it is high accuracy. This motherfucker ain't fucking missing shit unless they have dodge. Ooh, oh, okay. Big effort into Arado. Low effort in a Totter. Heavyweight sniper deals bonus damage against sleeping enemies, which only really affects herself. Arado ignores 50% defense against slipping targets, which is good use. Yeah. I mean, you could combine this into one. Because I don't really think that you're... Like, I don't think there's anyone out there who's like, oh, I'm going to use Blemishine to put them asleep so my Arado can attack them. It's like, not really. You're using Arado's S1. So I'm going to combine Blemishine and Kafka so I can use Arado's S2 for once in my life. She performs well in teams that can... No. It's literally what I just said. It's like, who is doing that? Who's doing, like, Sleep Tribal? Who's doing Sleepy Nights? Sleepy Nights. Moderate sleep duration and cooldown. Her sleep uptime is fucking insane. Holy shit. It is... What is it? I'm gonna pull it up right now. Because, again, I only have her at level 7. Level 7 skill. So it gets even better. 5 seconds on a 9-second charge. That is insane. Like, that's an over 50% sleep uptime. Like, she is just the ultimate boss staller, if assuming that they can do stuff. Moderate sleep duration. Decent DPS modifiers can work regardless of enemy status. I mean, true. Like, but like, her S1's crit is just so fucking good. Her S1 crit is so goddamn good. I don't think I've really ever wanted to use Arata's S2 over her S1. It doesn't even matter if they're sleeping or not. It's just the attack modifier is so good. Long recharge time and lacks DPS modifier. What did you just say? Wait, what do you mean lacks DPS modifiers? 215% attack modifier is really good on a crit. What are you talking about? Can't benefit from passive defense ignore. True. True, which is why her S2 is really weird. Better options exist in terms of inflicting sleep and dealing damage. Hey guys, did you guys know that Arado isn't like the best damage dealer in the entire game? Man, that's crazy. In terms of inflicting sleep, no. Just no. The fact that she's a besieger works amazing with the fact that she inflicts sleep. Because she's pretty much always targeting whatever boss you want to hit. Or even just big things. Being able to stall your big threats is really, really important. It works in the... Arado's crazy as a besieger. I don't like... Yeah, dare I say, roll compression. Crazy. But requires stuff to be effective. Not true. And usually can't handle her priority... Can't handle her priority heavy targets on... No, what the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? Arado's sleep uptime is so good. Her crowd control against, like... Her priority is so great, unless they have immune to sleep. Pretty sure you used Kafka's sleep and not Bloodshine. See... So they're already focusing on the sleep nights, and that's when it happens. But it's like, I mean more like for Arata's S2 to work, because that's the main issue with her S2, is like, she needs an external way to get the sleep, or else it just doesn't do anything. But yeah, I don't agree with like any of this. Yeah, they put Arado fucking low. Duff. What? That's his only downside? Is that he doesn't do enough damage to specifically stealth enemies? I think the main downside to Totter is the fact that his talent is fucking weird and doesn't make sense. Trying to use Arado as a lane holder. Sleep Nights is a real thing. Of course it fucking is. There's a fucking niche for everything. Jesus. A sniper with a focus on dealing with stealth enemies. He doesn't prioritize them. Unique among snipers with the ability to attack stealth naturally. True. His large range can easily chip away stealth enemies as they approach. Easily? Easily? Is it weird that, like, they're giving Totter more credit based on his talent than I would give him? Because Totter's pretty good, but his talent is fucking nothing. A decent option for consistent damage with a low SP cost. It's a good crit, yeah. Decent uptime and solid attack boost. Good option if you're dealing with mobs of sheathed enemies. Okay. It's probably an autocorrect issue. Because they're probably making this on their fucking phone. I mean, his S2 against his S2 is really good against a single target. But all right, okay, all right. I think they give his talent a little too much credit, but all right. This is a weird ass fucking downside. Yeah, that's the main issue with Totter, which is why his design is really weird. Because it's like, oh, he's a besieger, so he prioritizes heavy targets. But he doesn't prioritize stealth enemies. He can hit them and he gains extra attack if they're in the air, then it works, but a lot of the time Totter's just gonna be hitting something that's a bit heavier rather than something that's stealthed. I think Probably the biggest upside to Totter's talent is the near light stages, or the near light mechanic, because in that situation you can have invisible enemies that you can have like stealth enemies that are heavy and that you could actually want to take out, but usually it's kind of difficult to really get his ability off because you may just have, oh no, there's an enemy with 3 weight. Totter ain't gonna hit anyone now. But I guess that's also why both of his skills have the extra targeting. So even if you are prioritizing something with big attack, that extra shot is probably going to end up like murdering some small invisible dude. Ambriel a B tier. Damn. My heart. Trait, prioritize lowest defense. I'm loving the reminder. I'm loving the reminder upsides. Very slow attack speed. She is a Deadeye. Yep. Attack speed comes even slower against enemies outside of default range. True, it is a bit annoying. Elite 2 talent. Yeah. High base attack. S2 has a high attack modifier. It's really good. Long range slows. I don't really think I think the only time where I've ever used Ambriel's S1 is when I'm in a situation where using her S2 would actually like screw over my run, and so I might as well get something out of her ability. And that's probably the only time I've ever used her S1. But these are two things. I mean, her S2, yeah, fair enough. Best used to take out low defense threats or clipping out some boss enemies before they even reach the front line. Why is that neutral? Shouldn't that be a plus? Now, I'd say focusing on low defense enemies is an upside for Deadeyes, especially with how long Ambriel's range is. You can really just kind of chip away at enemies that are out of. Obviously, it sucks that, you know, she doesn't hit the boss, but sometimes you can get in a situation where she does end up like really chewing down the boss. But yeah, I can understand that this can be a downside if it's just like, oh, Ambriel ain't killing the biggest thing in the world, you know? Especially with her global range. But I don't know. I think they're underselling Ambriel a little bit. Because her attack speed isn't that low. So, I mean, yeah, it's low, but it's not so low to where her hitting a trash mob is going to, like, completely demolish what you're using her for. And if you can use her in a stage where either the boss is the lowest defense thing or the boss is the only thing there, she's doing so much goddamn damage. Snow Sant B tier. That's surprising. Yeah, I love Ambriel's S2 so goddamn much. I love Ambriel's S2 so much. She is, without a doubt, like my favorite operator just to use. She is so much goddamn fun. Again, I can understand why you wouldn't like her, because she can't prioritize the big dude. Fair. I'm a sucker for playing Ambriel. Ambriel is so much goddamn fun. Snow Sant and Rope are on the same tier. Does that mean... Is Cliffheart A tier? Bane a B minus? What? Ooh, Winflit D plus. Damn. True, she gets like the spiders. True. Unless you're talking... No, I'm talking... Are you talking about Snow Sant or Ambriel? Because Ambriel can also do that. And that's what I was thinking. Can pull enemies using skills and can be deployed on ranged or melee tiles. She is a hookmaster. Silences infected life forms. Like exploding spiders. That is it. That is fucking it. Because, okay, what sucks is that another cool use case that you could use Snow Sant for is using her to silence the Yeti dogs. The Yeti hounds. But the Yeti hounds buff isn't silenceable, which kind of sucks, because I really wish that you could use Snow Sant to silence the Yeti hounds to prevent them from doing extra damage to your frozen dudes. Like, I think that would have been cool, but you can't silence them, so it's like, ah, man, that sucks. Free event operator is easy to max potential. It literally 60, not 6, yeah, 60, no, 40. Oh, it's only 40 like red certificates and you can get her. She is a hookmaster. She is a hookmaster. Oh yeah. Pull specialists are not commonly needed. Usefulness decreases dramatically outside of her niche. She is a hookmaster. She is a hookmaster. Man, I love gamepress. At maximum development, Cliffheart's skills have lower SP cost. What? Again, comparison. Shouldn't her talent work against enemies from original dust? I have no idea. Because again, because not all abilities can be deactivated through silence. I could look it up right now. I don't think you can silence them. But yeah, like Snow Sant has carried me through any stage with an originum, like an infused originum slug on it. So, like my no gacha 614, was it 614? I don't remember the exact name of it. But it's that really hard like mid chapter 6 stage. It would be impossible without Snow Sant. Snow Sant carried. Where are the originum dust enemies? Original puppet. Oh, you can silence. Okay, you are correct. Yes, she can work against the original dust enemies because they are silenceable. Yeah. Nice. You know, I'm surprised that they didn't write down like just use Lapland. Lol. You don't need Snow Sant. Because that's honestly the biggest like downside of Snow Sant is that if you have Lapland, it does suck that Snow Sant doesn't have any extra upside against infected creatures. Because although, yeah, she does have a longer duration, it's, I don't know, it's just, it kind of sucks. I wish there was just, I wish it was permanent. Like, I wish that it was a permanent silence. Therefore, it just makes it easy. Yeah, it's just easier to use for, against the originum slugs, against, yeah, like the originum dust dudes. Like, if it was permanent, then she would actually have a use case over Lapland. Cliffheart skills. I'm surprised they didn't put down that her stats suck compared to other hookmasters. Actually, you know what? I don't think these guys have ever used a hookmaster as a non... I don't think these guys have ever used a hookmaster outside of as a specialist. Because as I have used them many times as Diet Lords. So, like, the stats of Cliffheart matter so much more than, like, the stats of Snow Sant. But there are some cases where I do use Snow Sant over Cliffheart because of the fact that her pulls do physical damage, and so they function as a physical damage crit as opposed to an arts damage crit with Cliffheart, depending on ranged and on, like, you know, on resistance and defense or whatever. But yeah, it's a fair assessment for Snow Sant. Although I would have added more on both sides. Harder to find spaces for pullers than pushers. No. No, pullers, you don't have to use them as specialists. You can use them as damage, so no. Generally, all... Yeah, Jay also has the silence, but that does require a bit of setup, and you don't get DP regeneration. Tanking as a pull specialist isn't practical most of the time. Wouldn't that be a downside? Yeah, fair. Shaw. Well, the red border means you should upgrade her. Whoa, 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 whoa! What do you mean? Can't reach a very strong force level? Yes, you can. Or is greatly not considered very strong? Is there a push class above greatly? Just use Tex Alter. Yeah, don't use Snow Sant. Just use Tex Alter, man. Just use Tex Alter. Is there a weight class above or push class above greatly? That could be. Could be. Let us look. Strong. So there is a weight class above that. All right. Never seen that weight class before, but all right. Good counterpart for feeder. And a superior tank against arts damage. I mean, yeah, but... all right. Weedy has push force 4. Oh, so because Shaw isn't weedy, therefore bad. Yeah, greatly is higher than significantly. And wait, so basically, weedy has like super greatly, and Shaw isn't that, so therefore bad. Just use weedy, lol. Just use weedy, lol. Can reach strong push force on S1, making her effective in pushing anything but large enemy. Yeah, not weedy, lol. Bana at B- though. Why though? Just being a doll keeper alone, I feel, makes her A tier, because doll keepers are just so goddamn good. Instead of dying, yep, she is a doll keeper. Both the substitute and Bana switch in with full HP. She is a doll keeper. Reduces damage taken by the substitute, making it harder to kill her before switching back to Bana. True. The arts damage can be helpful against defense enemies that Bana can't hurt. Bana can hurt high defense enemies. Can be a great bait range damage soak because the difficulty to fully, yes. Bana is an amazing fucking lightning rod. It's because of that. I would probably say that because of the damage resistance, she would end up being a better lightning rod than Kazamaru, but Kazamaru obviously has like the extra damage, the extra damage stuff. Gamepress does something against adhering to archetypes. The fact that they are in an archetype is apparently such big news that they have to tell it to you. But if the operator isn't a different archetype, then it's bad. So fucking weird. S2 has good DPS and cycle time. What about her S1? What about her S1? Bana's S1 is amazing. 30% defense ignore? It's so crazy. Actually, does it get higher than 30% at mastery? If it gets higher than 30% at mastery, then it's like, Jesus. Skill 1 at mastery? 35%. Yeah, attack 100% ignores 35% of target's defense. Really? Okay, you're not going to talk about her S1? Both skills reduce Bana's HP. She is a doll keeper. And S2 will cause her to switch before her duration ends. What? What? Both of them do that. That's called being a doll keeper, yes. Healing support may be required if needing Bana to stay blocking. Yeah. But dare I say, anything dying is bad. And yes, if you want to keep a lane holder up, then you need to keep healing them. So that is true. That is how the video game works. Skill ends when switching to the substitute. An SP cannot be gained when the substitute is deployed. So she is a doll keeper. Okay. I'm glad that was put across. Bana is indeed a doll keeper. Spectre's S2 kills her and forces her in a doll form. I can understand how that might be an upside, but that obviously is a very sucky thing for being a lightning rod. Because doll keepers are... The fact that doll keepers are fucking immortal makes them the best lightning rods, like, ever. And it's like, the fact that, like, Bana is kind of designed around being a lightning rod with her damage reduction, with her talent, it's like, you didn't really, like, that's kind of the biggest fucking upside. It feels weird that they didn't talk about that more. Valarvquin is B+. But they put spalters. We can look at that. If you guys want me to look at them being soy towards some soy stars, just like list them down. Or when we get there, I want you guys to just like give me suggestions. We can go and look at like some soy stars and we can make fun of them simping for them. Deep color B tier. Very squishy, especially before max trust. She is a summoner. Tentacles count towards the deploy limit. She is a summoner. Cannot retreat and redeploy her summons, unlike higher rarity summoners. She is not a 6-star, therefore bad. Okay, so the upsides are true and the downsides are not downsides. So, yeah. Earth Spirit above Orchid. Oh boy. Because I love Orchid. I love Orchid so much. It's like she costs 10, she does arts damage, and she slows stuff. I need nothing else. Attack slow enemies. Yep, true. How many times am I going to say, like, yes, she is subclass. A decent operator for early missions, but not worth using... But not usually worth using the resources to promote. It costs 10,000 LMD to promote a 3-star to Elite 1. What the fuck do you mean? It is 10,000 LMD. What? The fuck are you talking about? And again, this is supposed to be a quote-unquote late game tier list. So that what the fuck are you talking about? Mayor can recycle her bots and see him get one every time you use a skill. Alright, yeah. Yeah, that is definitely the biggest downside of deep colors, that you don't get extra summons. See, the thing is what's seen though is that her skill, it's only with her S2, and the S2 is slow. But yeah. It is so weird that they'll say that Orchid is bad and is a bad investment. It's a 3-star. If you can't afford a 3-star, but you can afford fucking Elite 2 level 96 stars, what the fuck? Yeah, dude, dump all of your resources into the 6-star. But, you know, 3 stars bad. Papa Car needs a pat on his head. Catapult needs to be tied up. Spot, don't make him mad. Midnight knocking him out is the only way to make him behave. Team A6 are the goats. Team A6 are the fucking goats. Weak skill. Bruh, what are you talking about? Swift Strike on a D-Cell binder is good. Yeah, how dare her slow have better uptime. Crazy. Other supporters provide much more utility. She costs 10 DP. She is cheap as fuck. Attack slow enemies. Yep. AoE slow is affects enemies in range for good duration. True. Doesn't attack though. Attack increases suboptimal because she has low attack to begin with. She is indeed a D-Cell binder. Yeah. I'm not, like, there are situations where you may want, dare I say roll compression, again, that you may want to have a D-Cell binder that does more damage. She doesn't attack. Yeah. Low base stats. That's because she's a D-Cell binder. Alright. So the analysis on Earth Spirit and Orchid are, I don't know. Basic setup and get 20 to 30 KLMD. Yeah, you don't even need to go negative. Yeah, I don't understand why she's not worth the resources to promote. That doesn't make any goddamn sense to me. Plume in C tier. Really? She is the subclass. She is the subclass. She is the subclass. She is the subclass. 1 block vanguards can easily let enemies by when they come in waves. Oh boy. I wonder if that's on Bagpipe. You guys think that's going to be on Bagpipe? I wonder if that's on Bagpipe. I wonder if the... Ugh. Fang in C tier. Really? Okay. I will say this. They do put Courier and Puncurus on the same tier. I'll appreciate that. I'm glad that they didn't... I'm glad that they didn't just say, Puncurus good, Courier bad. It's gonna be a Bagpipe and Riddle as neutral. True, it probably fucking will be. Scavenger. Can be considered a direct upgrade to vanilla. Yeah, kinda. Because the passive generation on S1 is definitely very good. But is there anything I could say about vanilla that I can't say about Scavenger? I'm looking at them both right now. Yeah, I kind of have to give into that. Of course, Scavenger is a 4-star and a bit more difficult to get. Batpipe and Gremmy don't have that problem because skill gives an extra block. But they still only have 1 block. And so it's just like, you could still have it bypass. Bagpipe's block 1 just says it doesn't work with talent. Alright. Very squishy and will take a lot of levels to keep her from dying in later difficulties. She is an offensively oriented Vanguard, true. A good choice for the early to mid game, but hard to justify the resources her late game. Well, the resource justification is that she's cheaper than other stuff. That's the resource justification. That's why you upgrade Scavenger, because she's cheaper. Yeah, I'm sure, yeah. I don't know if that's where they're getting at, though. Because... Oh, hey, would you look at that, Pete? Granny has that as a downside. Can leak easily when RS2 is down because 1 block base and weak killing power. So, dare I say, even Granny, who has that skill, they still say that she can leak. So, if they don't say that with Bagpipe, then I do feel that there's a bit bias there. And apparently she doesn't, so. Can be considered a direct upgrade to Fang. Yeah. I mean, unlike most other stuff, having 2 Pioneers is reasonable. And so using both Courier and Fang is something that I do a lot. Especially in my no gacha. Easy to acquire. But wait, I thought this was about the late game and we're not talking about progression. Defense oriented. Yes. Yes. You should be S tier. Defense oriented Vanguard. Yes. Can be considered a direct upgrade. Has trouble clearing mobs on his own without some serious levels. It's so weird that they say, like, oh, he can't do a thing that he's not meant to do unless you overlevel him. It's like, yeah, because that's not how they're supposed to work. I don't get what you're talking about. It's like, oh, in order for them to be the best thing ever, you need to overlevel them. It's like, why? Why not just let them be good at what they're good at? A good choice for early to mid game, but hard to justify the resources to bring him to late game. Excuse me? He's one of the few defensive-oriented Pioneers in the entire fucking game. Pioneers have a tough... What? Okay, so Puncurus, despite being very similar to Courier, she is worth your time, because that's not a downside. Courier, though, yeah, despite the fact that Puncurus costs more, and costs more to upgrade, and Courier's defensive kit is a lot more consistent than Puncurus. Puncurus doesn't have the downside of you don't want to upgrade her. S2 and talent fully up line. She does have some really... Yeah. DP generation is front-loaded. What does that mean? Front-loaded is skill rather than duration. Give her... Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, that's true. Although it's not... I don't remember it being that great. Yeah, the DP generation is a big hit, but... It's a big hit to the DP gen. Ugh, I can't talk. It is a big hit to the DP generation. But yeah, that is a definite upside over like Courier's S2. She takes forever to do her thing. True. Although her stats are decent, very high investment to get there. Because you have to wait, yes. Pioneer Vanguards have a tough time finding use compared to flag bearers and agents. Well, wait a minute. I thought having 1 block was a bad thing. But I guess it's not. I guess it's not even worth it. So if they have one block, they're bad because they leak. If they have two block, then they're bad because the other vanguards are better. Compared to flag bearers, because compared to Myrtle and whatever the 6-star is. And Beanstalk. Okay. So that's it for the quote-unquote low rating. That was very interesting. Do you guys have any suggestions for high rarity stuff we can make fun of? Because of obvious, like, not adhering to consistency. What do they say about Cerny? Arts Defender with a focus on counterattack damage. It's not a counterattack, it's reflection, but alright. Built-in arts counterattack, it's reflection, not counterattack. Effective in situations with fast-attacking arts damage enemies. Against the Dublin Flame Razors, and that's it. Pairs well with passive talent to boost counterattack reflection and taunt enemies. Burst can do burst damage, yeah. Lacks resistance or defense buffing. Lacks resistance or defense buffing when it can leave them vulnerable to harder hitting enemies. Okay. Okay. This is... this is kind of stupid. Because the thing is with Cerny is that he gains HP on his S2. And if I remember correctly, I think it goes up to 70%. HP is a better metric for anti-resistance tanking, or for anti-arts tanking than resistance. Like, do they want him to have 10 extra resistance rather than 70% more HP? Like, what are you talking about? That is kind of stupid. Like, he has an HP boost. That's what makes him good. That's what makes his S2 really, really good for tanking. So, because I guess these guys have only ever used Nightingale against arts damage. Enemies that could deal arts damage often have higher arts resistance and slower attack speed. What? True. That is true. That is definitely true. The arts resistance does make it difficult for you to use his reflect. But that's not the only... It's more of a bonus. But yeah, I get it. Counterattack only triggers against arts damage, while most other options work against all enemies. Plus 100% at Mastery 3. Damn! Okay, so even I'm selling him short. So yeah, it is... Yeah, I am... Yeah, this is a really stupid point. His counterattack only triggers against arts damage. He isn't a Liberator, guys. Why isn't Cerny a Liberator? Why isn't he Bubble? Like... Because it's 50% of attack. I think that's why. Okay, that's weird. It's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, I can understand the resistance, but the slower attack speeds don't matter that much. Because it's still 50% of his attack, and when combined with his S2, and even his S1, like, his attack can get pretty damn high. So I don't really like their assessment on Cerny. All right. What is X tier? Let's look at X tier. Let's see what's in X tier. Nothing. Okay. Okay, so that probably is like unrated tier then. Now we look at the soy stars. Also, I'm pretty sure the lowest rated 6-star... We didn't even see any 6-stars looking at, like, B tier. I am pretty sure the lowest rated 6-star is, like, an A tier. Click an A tier! Damn! Alright. Minimalist in A minus. Really? Not on the same tier as Click? Alright. Alright. Asked Jen in A. Really? Alright, they're underselling pudding. Amia, Absinthe. Alright. Yes, yes. Yeah, Shalem is an A tier. What is their reasoning? Moderate chance to reduce resistance for a few seconds on his attacks. That's Elite 2 restricted. Yeah, I mean, okay, fair enough. Again, it is late game sometimes, so yeah. Lowest rate 6, yeah, it makes sense. I think it even is like at A tier for Vigil. Great damage with increased range. Synergizes well with his trait to reduce. Yeah, true. DPS blocker hybrid can put out some. he is an arts protector. Gains a large attack speed and attack boost in IS2. Yeah. Good skill uptime. The biggest issue with his S1 is that it doesn't really increase his attack. Like, that's my main issue with his S1, is that I kind of do... I do like Durnar a lot more than Shalem, but that's more of a personal thing, to be honest with you. Because I just kind of prefer the attack boost of Durnar S1 over Shalem S1, but at the same time, I haven't used Shalem that much, so... You know, it can't be... We can't all be... It can't be too critical. Misses out significant amount of power when he's not used in IS2. Wait. What do you mean? Misses out a significant amount of power when not used in IS2. So, is he in... So why is he in A tier? Lacks any defensive bonuses. Without a healer, he will die at the end of his skill duration. True, yeah. Much less tanky than other arts protectors. Yeah, but again, it's like you're not really using arts protectors to tank that much. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why Shalem is... Yeah, fair enough. I can't blame you for liking the attack speed a lot. Both are just really fun. Shalem has really high attack for a defender, though. He does. Man, I wish they made a whole archetype around having high attacks for defenders. Alright, it's all the expected soy stars. Bubble's really high up. Heavy Rain's an A tier! Yeah! More attack than Aesthesia equals levels. I don't know what that means. They put Heavy Rain out. They put Heavy Rain really high up. I'm surprised. Bubble. Yeah, fair enough. Heavy Rain? Oh, the thing is, though, is that Heavy Rain is a complex unit, though. I don't know if their assessment on Heavy Rain is going to be that good. Because I am kind of scared with their assessment on Heavy Rain. They're putting her in A tier, which I'd agree with. A unique normal defender with the ability to camouflage nearby allies. Oh, boy. She can heal unhealables? Wait, really? Next attack grants camouflage 46 recovers. Really? I didn't. She can heal unhealables. I never got that impression. I may have to try that out. Korra is A- tier because she isn't Hoshiguma. That's why. That's why. The skill can potentially give frontline... Skill can potentially give frontline vulnerable units safeguard to heal in case they get too low. Very interesting skill that camouflages Heavy Rain all adjacent. Her S2 has such a low uptime, though, that it's really difficult to use. Like, it's really difficult to time it. The requirement for allies to be under 50% makes it risky. Yeah, makes it risky against tougher enemies, can burst down. The reason why is because if a ranged tile enemy is getting shot at, you only want to give them camouflage once you know that they're being targeted, or else you're just wasting her camo on other stuff. Because Heavy Rain could just give camo to something else, now she doesn't have any charge, and then now your Cruce dies, you know? But like, the reason why it's at 50% is to make sure that the game knows that that's being targeted so Heavy Rain can camo it. So I don't agree with that. I mean, I can kind of get it, but like... I mean, I guess you could say like, oh, it should be like 75% HP or something, but it's like, Your squishy units could become vulnerable if they're not adjacent to Heavy Rain when she camouflages. Her S2 is weird, and it kind of defeats a lot of the point of her. Heavy Rain's S2 would be so much better if she didn't gain camo. Like, if Heavy Rain didn't gain camouflage, her S2 would be so much better. But they, weirdly enough, did not talk about her dodge. Like, because Heavy Rain at Elite 2 has around a 23% dodge, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 23% dodge. Recover HP per second I heal directly. Huh. I will... That sounds very interesting. I assumed because it is, like, certain targeting, but yeah, I guess since it's not meant for healing, it is HP per second. That definitely seems really cool. I've never used her like that. I should definitely try that. I mean, I doubt Heavy Rain and Highmore strategies are going to be that crazy, but regardless. That is definitely a really cool upside. I never realized that. Why would not having her have camo? Because typically she's a defender. You want her to be the meat. You want her to be the you want her to gain the aggro, because it assumes that Heavy Rain and that your entire setup is based entirely around Heavy Rain and just around the few tiles of around Heavy Rain. And so if Heavy Rain and all of those tiles go camo, then they're just going to start targeting your other shit, which ain't covered by Heavy Rain. Ideally, Heavy Rain would gain some sort of pseudo taunt, which allows for her to regain that aggro, so that everything around her gains camo, so that she can properly protect them. So her having the camouflage can end up kind of sucking sometimes. But to be fair, I don't use her S2 that much. I mainly use her S1. Because it's like, yeah, sometimes she even uses her S1 on herself, and then her having camo means that someone else gets shot, which ain't ideal. Bliskarm, Blitz, Spectre, just Surtur. Mountain, yeah. Beak A tier, Cutter A, yeah, alright, nice. Yep. I wonder how they... Dreadnought Guard with very high damage and survivability. That's called Dreadnoughts, yes. Oh, hey! Okay, they did at least put that down for Neural, that she does have one block. Generally outclassed by Surtur! Oh my god! Oh! Oh, that is a good point. That is a good point. That is a good point. If she doesn't have camo, then the AoE would still work. That's a good point. I was more thinking of like single target damage stuff. Well, I'm talking more about stuff outside of her range, because it's only the 4 adjacent tiles, and it's not guaranteed that your entire lineup is based entirely around the 4 tiles around Heavy Rain. So it's like you have stuff outside of Heavy Rain's range, and now they're gaining the targeting priority. Okay, at least they're consistent with Neural. But they're just comparing her to Surtur. Why? She isn't Surtur, therefore bad. What the fuck? You can, but at that point, you're not using Heavy Rain's S2. Yeah, that's also part of it. The fact that she gains an HP boost and the self-camo. It's like, well, now she only really gains the extra defense and stuff against melee enemies. So now you can't even gain advantage of her stat increase. Again, it's situational. You can make arguments for both sides. That's just how I feel. Oh, man, that's so weird. Oh, that is so weird, guys. Yeah, she is a Dreadnought. Man, she really is indeed a Dreadnought. That is crazy. Oh, but okay, so I guess she's not outclassed by Surtur. All right. So why is Neural above Skady then? Man, that's weird. Mjolnir. The thing is with tequila is that I think that tequila is... I'd say tequila should be fucking S tier. Like, I still think they're underselling tequila, because he's like... Because tequila is honestly as good as Mjolnir, because you have more consistent output than you do... Like, you can activate his skills more often, with the downside of less range and less stuff. Neural has true damage. Is that so? Where the fuck did they go? There you are. What? Why is it taking so long? Because I clicked the thing. All attacks ignore some defense. Extremely high burst damage with wide range and potential true damage that creates a very tanky summon. That's just on S3. Mjolnir, heli drop according to gamepress. Really? Oh, remember when they were saying that, like, Beagle's charge was too slow? Keep in mind, Mjolnir has a 35-second charge. At the minimum. Extremely potent DPS operator. Burst DPS, not DPS. Deployment flexibility, thanks to his taunt. True. That's probably, like... That is Mjolnir's biggest upside to me, personally. Like, a Liberator with taunt? Jesus, so good. Powerful synergy between his damage reflection, taunt, yeah. Great option if you need Mjolnir to 1v1 enemies. That is how Liberators work, yes. Powerful AoE skill with great... What the fuck are you talking about? Great uptime. What the fuck? What Mjolnir are you using? Is mine broken? Mjolnir having taunt has unironically ruined runs for me. Really? I couldn't imagine that. How the fuck can you say that his S3 has great uptime? I don't like using his S3 because it has such shit uptime. Strong heli drop. It takes 35 seconds to get it down after you deploy him. No, actually it's a bit. Oh, wait a minute. No, at level 7 it gets really... Nah, at level 7 it gets better. Mine's at level 6. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a fake fan. Nah, it gets 20 initial charge, 45-second total charge. That's still 25 seconds. You can't call that a heli drop. What the fuck? Yeah, it only takes 25 seconds to use his S3. He's an amazing fucking heli drop. Even that, yeah, still the uptime isn't that good. What the fuck? It's like a 30% uptime. How is him having like really high charge not a downside? That's like Mjolnir's main downside. His only downside is the fact that it takes so long to get each of his skills out. I wonder. It's only 22 seconds at Mastery 3. Oh, and I wonder how much resources that's gonna fucking cost. Man. Yeah, I love Mjolnir. He's like the only 6-star I'll be like, yeah, I can respect, but it's like, damn, he is not easy to use. A guard archetype that is built for attack, release, powerful skills, not attack or block. Why is this an upside? I mean, I understand, like, for me it's an upside sometimes. But, you know, it should be a neutral. And even then, I feel like this entire thing should be a neutral. I don't think this is a plus. Even though his base attack... Yeah, literally, it is a neutral. I'm confused. Mjolnir having 0 block can't, I mean, this is Tequila, but Mjolnir having 0 block can be a positive because sometimes you want to use him as a, Tequila having 0 block and negative. Really? Is that actually how it is? With this high durability, 0 blocking, you survive being dropped near most dangerous enemies. Does it even say anything? Does it actually say anything about his lack of block? While his skills are not active, he's not attack or block, meaning he cannot hold lane. Oh my god, you're right. Considered a heli drop because faster to redeploy and wait for skill cooldown. Man, the Soy Star brain, like the brain power you have to use to be a Soy Star user, it's like, man, these 6 stars are amazing because they are so difficult. Oh, but a 4-star though, having pretty decent uptime, fucking awful. Oh my god. Wait. Skills require a Whoa! Wait a bit! Oh my god. This is under Tequila. Skills require a fairly long time to fully charge up to their full potential because of his trait. What are you talking about? You didn't write that for Mjolnir, and unlike Tequila, you can't activate his skills at 20 charge. You have to activate Mjolnir at fucking 30. What the fuck? They wrote Tequila having a long charge as a downside, but they didn't write that for Mjolnir. Mjolnir actually having that as a downside. What the fuck? This is like, Tequila should be fucking S tier, and it's because of this fucking bullshit. Holy shit. My brain. Oh. 42 for S3 for Mjolnir at I assume you mean Mastery 3 because it's 45 at level 7. So, oh yeah, a whole 3 seconds saved. God, awesome. The thing is with Mjolnir's S3 is that you can never activate it before he's at his full charge. Like, that's kind of the main issue with Mjolnir, is that very rarely are you ever activating him outside of him being at max charge. You can never use him at the option of just lower damage but better uptime. You just don't have that option. With Tequila, you have that option. I'm not saying Mjolnir's bad. I'm more saying that Tequila is a lot fucking better than they're giving credit for. Jesus. Oh. Due to having to wait for his Triat to charge up for the skills ready, the skill ends up having poor uptime. What do you mean poor uptime? So, okay, so Tequila, okay, here's the logic. Tequila, his S1, because they're talking about his S1. Let's ignore the actual effect of his S1. We're talking about uptime right here. We're talking about uptime. His S1 only takes 25 seconds to charge. So you can activate him at both a low charge and a high charge because he's a Liberator. It has a 20-second duration, so his uptime isn't that terrible if you activate it at low charge, but it's pretty bad when you activate it at high charge. You have that option. And what they're saying is that you have to wait for the trait to charge in order for it to be useful. Mjolnir doesn't even give you the option. With Mjolnir, you have to use his skills at full charge. You don't even get the option, and that's not a downside for Mjolnir. But apparently, having the option to use it is a downside for Tequila. Yeah, his S1 isn't the best. I'm not going to sit here and say that his S1 isn't that great. Like, weirdly enough, the best upside for his S1 is the fact that it lasts 5 seconds longer than his S2 when he's not at full charge, which can be useful sometimes. But That makes no goddamn sense. It's literally just, you have the option to charge him, which it takes a while. But Mjolnir, who you're forced to wait for the charge for, that's great. There is no goddamn reason Tequila shouldn't be in fucking S tier. Oh. My brain. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of those. Yeah, a lot of people keep saying that. A lot of people keep saying it's like, yeah, they don't update their stuff. But even then, it blows my mind how contradictory this crap can be. Because at least if they were, like, just using the same logic, then it would be consistent. But this just... Ugh. Arena and Air Scarp are A-, Lapland A+, alright. Highmore A. Alright, let's see what they have to say about Highmore. Because apparently Highmore... I see Highmore more as a side grade to Humus. But, alright, let's see. Can't be healed normally. She is a Reaper. Will struggle to kill high defense enemies quickly. What the fuck are you talking about? She can't kill high defense enemies quickly. Yeah. Man, she also can't kill high HP enemies quickly either. That's crazy. What the fuck are you talking about? S2 is an odd defensive skill. On an otherwise very... Bro. Yeah, Frosted Flake said the Highmore disrespect right as I read this. What the fuck? Oddly defensive skill. Reapers need the defense. What are you talking about? Reapers desperately need that defense. Oh, yeah, the disrespect. That hurts. She's a whole... Man, that hurts. +1 block count only aids with self-sustain, not killing power. I mean, not true. Also, what unit gains killing power with extra block? What are you talking about? It's like, oh, this unit gains +10 attack for each block it has. Like, what? Like, she blocks things. That means she can hit more things. What are you talking about? Worse outside of IS3, but still a pretty good unit. Then, how about you word that instead as pretty good inside of IS3? No, I think they're not talking about that it's an odd defensive skill. They're talking about the fact that it's a defensive skill on a Reaper. Like, they purely think that Reapers are offensively based. I don't know anything about La Pluma, so I can't give my take. But if La Pluma purely just is, like, just destroys everything all the time, then it's like, it probably is just, like, Soy Star Pill. And that's it, even though she's a 5-star. Well, they got a little... link to Minos operators. I like that. I don't want to read all this. This is a lot of stuff for an operator I don't even have. Nightingale S+, of course. Perfumer A tier. Let's go. All right. Based. I actually agree with them for once. Finally. All right. At time of the So it's because of her attack speed that she has that she gains healing. Well, dare I say, having a 50, upwards of 60% physical dodge is also pretty good for survivability. La Pluma is just all offensive. Okay, so it literally is just like La Pluma pilled. It's like, there's no nuance here. It's just like, this operator isn't this operator that I already have experience with, therefore bad. Okay, Perfumer's an A tier. Based. Breeze is an A-. Nice. I'm surprised Breeze is this high up. Purchasable with shop vouchers. Hold up. Hold the fuck up. This is a neutral for Breeze. For Quartz, that was a downside. For Quartz, costing 150 red certs was a downside. For Breeze, costing 600 red certs is a neutral. Alright. Other AoE medics provide better utility. Who cares? Oh, she isn't Nightingale, therefore bad. No, what do you mean? She's like the baseline multi-medic. What are you talking about? This should be an upside. I don't know why this is a neutral. It should be an upside. Yeah, I can understand dodge just not being consistent, but 60%? If you're not, I mean, if Highmore is dying, like, if Highmore can't hit at least a dodge every, like, 3 attacks with a 60%, like, dodge, so that's just a luck issue, I'm sorry. But, yeah, this is stupid. She's like, Breeze is the baseline, like, which is kind of weird because she's a 5-star, but... No, I agree. Perfumer is definitely hard to compete with in regards to being, like, in terms of quality. But again, we should be making judgments based off of a vacuum. Breeze is still pretty good. I think this is kind of a stupid thing because she's just purely based on healing, you know? And even then, her burst healing is still better than Perfumer's because Perfumer's kit is based around her talent, while Breeze's kit is based around her being a multi-medic, you know? Warfare and an S? Yeah, fair enough. Alright, yeah. That's kind of, I mean, it's kind of funny that they put Warfare in S tier. And they don't even, like, mention how she interacts with Crushers. Oh well. 2 is an A, alright. Honeyberry, the double berries are an A. Lumen's an S tier. I would like to hear why. Oh, wait a minute. But I thought... Oh, wait. I just remembered something. Didn't they say for... It wasn't Pure Stream. It was Ceylon that having status resist is niche and not useful. So, alright. Oh, which can cleanse and heal allies. So, but cleansing doesn't matter, because we know that. So it's all about healing. Oh, that's weird. Status resistance on allies that he heals. Huh, that's weird. I thought status resistance doesn't matter. Active skill cleanse. Alright. I was just kind of saying Lumen stuff, so alright. Pure Stream is an A tier. Nice. Currently only obtainable through recruitment. I thought this was based off of the late game, huh? Why is being obtained a metric that we're using here? Typical archetypal drawbacks of lower base healing. Huh. Weird. I wonder where that is on Lumen. No bias. Heals grant targets resistance. Yeah, Ceylon has a pretty high DP cost. Unlike Lumen, who is really cheap. Lumen's incredibly cheap. Now, what's Pure Stream at? Pure Stream's at 18, and she can go down to 17. Well, that's at least what I have her at. At least with Lumen, you can get his cost down through the event since he's welfare. But even then, 20... If you don't have his potential, he's incredibly fucking expensive because he's a welfare unit, and so you kind of need his potentials to even make him cheap. But even then, 20 is still pretty expensive compared to Ceylon and Pure Stream, so... not super expensive, but it is more expensive. She is indeed a therapist. Her status resistance buff has a rather short duration. I mean, Lumen's extended duration... I mean, fair enough. Nah, he does get 4 seconds at Elite 2. What is Pure Stream? Nah, Pure Stream's also at 4 seconds at Elite 2. So they're basing Lumen not having low... So Lumen's So Lumen has fine duration despite the fact that it's at 75% or lower HP, so whatever. Has lower base healing than core medics and relatively high DP cost. Man, that's so crazy. Man, that's so crazy. Exu, Archetto, April, Cruz, Insider. Insider's A-. Nice. Where's Cruz? Like actual Cruz, not Cruz the King. Cruz. I always say Cruz the Clean Glint. It's so It's like a weird tongue twister. Where's normal Cruz? Where's my normal Cruz? She should be right here. I want Cruz right here. No, yeah, put her up here. Cruz deserves to be up here. That's where Cruz deserves to be. There's a Soy Star. Oh man. I guess we should read Chen, shouldn't we? A spread shooter sniper that deals some of the highest physical AoE damage in the game. Soy Point. Oh, wait. We got a... Speaking of Soy Point, there we go. Alright. Great flexibility with skill use since they use ammo instead of skill duration. This allows all skill attacks to get utilized, none of which are wasted by lacking enemies in range, and more controllable cycle because of manual deactivation. Talent 1 is great for herself when paired with other snipers that use ammo. There's a chance that the ammo doesn't get consumed on attack. A decent fast charging, consistent DPS skill. A decent damage that can be activated quickly after deploy. When fully charged, the skill has great uptime and lasts for very long time. A great AoE, not capital G, great AoE crowd control with enemy movement slowing and defense debuffing. S3, her best skill. Her best skill. Round of applause for Chalter. For Chalter best skill, guys. Pretty much does anything that S1 or S2 can do, and it does better. It does better, guys. Provides massive AoE damage, increased range, and the best version of her slowing and defense decreasing effects. Also, she fucking sucks because she costs so much. Why? I can't deploy my Chalter. Guys, what the fuck? This stage sucks. They're rushing me, guys. I can't get down Myrtle fast enough and get my Chalter, guys. Guys, I can't. She costs like 17 billion more DP than anything else. This game sucks. This fucking... Yeah, it's like, the thing is with Chalter is it's one of those situations where it's like, it's a unit that's so good that it just makes the game pointless. Like, why the fuck are you playing the game then? You know? It's one of those situations. You sound constipated. Good. But because it's just one of those, because the reason why you don't use bad operators is because it's not fun that you have to put in more effort to beat a stage. It's not fun that you have to try and bend over backwards for downsides that you don't want to have to deal with. It makes the game experience less fun because you don't feel properly challenged. Chen, on the other hand, is on the opposite side of the spectrum. She's not fun to use because there is no challenge. It's now just, yeah, just click S3 and then she kills everything. It's like, yeah, there's no point to playing the game then. It's not fun. Yeah, it's just... there's no fun to it. It's just... you're no longer playing the game. You're just... guys, look, I got the thing. Guys, look, I pulled Chen Alter. I pulled Chalter, guys. And she's so good. Guys, look, Chalter solo. Guys, look, I beat the game. I beat the game with all these 6 stars, guys. Guys, this is so much fun. I love playing Arknights. I love following tutorials and not really giving a shit and using anything outside of a 6 star. It's... it's not fun. Because I love Arknights because a good majority of the units are really balanced. Like, there are usually upsides and downsides using certain operators, and there's not that many operators that are just direct upgrades. But when you do have the good chunk of operators that are good, just direct upgrades, it's like, it just sucks. Because now you can't have nuanced discussion. It is literally just like, oh, just use Surtur, lol. It's like, you're quitting. You're quitting at that point. Because when you have a mindset of just beat the stage, beating the stage proves nothing. It doesn't prove that you've gotten better as a player. It doesn't prove that you put time and effort into beating the stage. All that matters is that you have used the pre-approved opinions, you've used the pre-approved mindsets, because you didn't come to the realization that Shen was busted on your own, unless you used her in a... Like, for example, I don't know, I am kind of isolated from the Arknights community, and I remember using Chen Alter on a temp recruit in IS3, and I remember thinking to myself, like, what the fuck is this unit? She just kills everything. There's no downside to her. What the fuck? Like, it's just not fun. And it defeats a lot of the point to the game. Which, yeah, I keep saying that. And having the mindset to where that is the ideal way of playing, it defeats the point of why you're playing a game. You play a game so you can challenge yourself, get better, and feel good about your progress. You want to be better at the thing than you were yesterday. You want to be a better player. And that's just life in general. You want to be a better person than you were the previous day. And so when you obsess over these 6 stars, it's like, you know, it's the whole soy star thing. You guys, look, it's Chen Alter. Guys, look, it's Typhon. It defeats the point of getting better at something. You're not getting better at it. At what point are you even playing the game anymore? All you're doing is essentially just having the pre-approved strategy done for you. It's like, even in my guides, I don't want people to just copy my guides. My guides are pretty difficult to just replicate. I don't want people to just replicate guides. I want people to look at it, get a decent idea as to what to do, and formulate their own strategy. That's how you should be playing. You should be wanting to get better yourself. You shouldn't want to just be getting through the game. It doesn't matter if you've beaten the main story. What matters is how you got there. And so, it's disappointing to have operators like Chen, because it's just... well, not specifically Chen, but Chen Alter. It's just... duh, just use Chalter, lol. Just use Surtur, lol. Just use Texas Alter, lol. It's like... it's like, I want people to do their own thing, you know? That's why I like doing the no gacha stuff, because I want people to look at my videos and be like, holy shit, these operators are actually really good. I want to use them now. I want people to feel confident in themselves. I want people to look at like a low rarity, low level clear and to be like, holy shit, I can do this. I just need to sit down and keep going at it and I'll eventually get it done. That's how you learn. That's how you get better at things. It's not just, oh, I can't beat the stage. Oh, I guess I just need Chen Alter. It's like, it's a retarded mindset to be in. And that's also why tier lists are more harmful than they are good. Because you have a new player who comes here, is like, oh, I wonder what the good operators are. Because they treat this like every other gacha game. Because every other gacha game has no gameplay at all. It's all just tier listing. Because it's all just, what is the best stats? What is the best strategy? Because there's no actual practical skill you can put in. It's all about setup. But in a game where actually being good at the game is possible, this does nothing but harm people. Not harm. Harm sounds very fucking strict. It sounds a lot worse than it should be, but this screws up people's mindset. It screws up people's expectations as to what to really get. And it kind of sucks. I really wish that people would be more willing to look at the quote-unquote worse stuff. Pinecone's A tier, alright. Typhon, haha, Typhon Gober. Ethan A+, yeah, fair. They put J above Swire. Oh, wow. That is... oh, okay. Executors with no downsides. Yep. Based, he say. Because I think that being able to inspire people to just want to get better at the game is important. I think that people should treat Arknights as more of an experience than just get the waifus and beat the game and yada yada yada. Jay is the absolute GOAT. I'm just surprised they put Swire below Jay. I was expecting them to just treat Swires in a it's just a direct upgrade to Jay, genuinely. Like I genuinely thought they'd just treat Swire like a direct upgrade to Jay. I'm surprised. Where is Heidi? Heidi is in the lower half. I'm sorry. She is in like B tier. C and A tier? Alright. Mayor A. Bagpipe. Okay, they do. Okay. They do bring up her having one block is not ideal, but it does not say anything about leaking. All it says is that it doesn't work with her talent. So no, I have to mark it down. Bro, I've seen someone say J power corrupts Swire alt before she even existed. Based. Yeah, they don't say anything about. I think one of you, I don't remember who said it, but one of you did say that Bagpipe. But yeah, they don't talk about how Bagpipe can leak. They just talk about how it doesn't work with her talent. So, yeah. Poor damage output compared to more common because Wildmane's supposed to be a picker. She's a Helly drop op. Whatever. Provides no attack boost, so she's struck. Cause attack speed. Yeah, I know she's not Vigna, but all right. She doesn't leak because of just overpoweredness. All right, fair. It's still a funny thing to just kind of point at and be like, okay, so having one block is bad for a charger, unless you're power crept enough to where it doesn't matter. And it's like, Is not Myrtle. Once saw a Tumblr gameplay screenshot that has CC risk clear using operators B+ or lower on gamepress. Can't even. If they can clear even a high risk CC, then there's no excuse. Yeah, to be honest. Because that's the thing though, so Arknights is designed around the 4 stars and the welfares. If you can be, like, you really only need the 4 stars and welfares. The 5 stars are fun and they give you more options. The 6 stars will either be an extra fun little option or carry you. Because to be honest, the only 6 stars that I do have upgraded on my main are 6 stars that I find fun. And that I don't really use them. Well, that's not true. I got Archetto to Elite 2 because I wanted to prove a point, and I proved it. I have Swire alt on there because I think her coin mechanic is just fun. It's not anything else other than that. And I got Mjolnir at Elite 2. My Mjolnir is sitting at Elite 2 level 1 because I don't want to overlevel him. I want him to just be fine because all I want is his talent. That's it. So he's sitting at Elite 2 level 1 on my main. He's just chilling. He's chilling. Yeah, back to Elysium. Not being Myrtle is apparently a downside. She is. Guys, she is indeed the subclass that she is. She is the subclass that she is. This is man. Her archetype is almost necessary to challenge the more difficult minus 75% cost recovery maps. Yeah. One of the best DP generators in the game. Oh, believe me. I love seeing someone mauled for not building my shelter. Bruh, based. Don't build your soy stars. Don't build your soy stars, men. Stay strong. Men and women. Men, women, they, thems, it's, you know, anyone. Be strong. We can do this. We don't need them soy stars. We need Jay to give us a fish, and we will succeed. Stronger version of Myrtle's S2. It's they can't talk. Goodwin combined with Myrtle. They can't talk about. They physically cannot talk about a flag bearer that isn't Myrtle without talking about Myrtle. Is better than Myrtle. Is good when combined with Myrtle. Texas in A tier. Dies fairly easily versus stronger enemies. She is an offensive vanguard, yeah. Alright, I don't think there's anything else to really say. Yeah, fair enough. I can't blame them. Myrtle is definitely like the... If you want something for pure DD production, you have Myrtle. It's like, I'm perfectly willing to sacrifice one of my deployment slots for all of the DP that I can eat. That's fair. But that's the thing, though, is that Myrtle is kind of purely based on that DP production plus her extra stuff. And so when you want to add more onto Myrtle, you need to kind of sacrifice a bit of that DP production to give them niches. So it's fair that people are just like, oh yeah, Myrtle's the best DP producer. Because at any point, you're going to have a best DP producer, you know? But I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else to really look at. Other than, you know, we can talk about, oh wow, all of the 6 stars are really high up. And there's not a single 6 star below A tier. Wow. I don't really think there's anything much else to say. Unless you guys have specific articles that would be funny to read and laugh at. Yeah, that's a fair E2. I can't blame you for that. Like, Myrtle is definitely one of the better, like, first E2. Like, definitely a good contender for first E2. Definitely. I think mine was Ambriel. Because of the exact same reasonings that I explained earlier. Because I am biased towards her global range and really high damage. 12F in D tier? Bruh, don't diss my boy 12F like that. Who else? Who else can tank a javelin? Who else can tank a javelin? Minimalist in A- feels a bit low. Doesn't provide anything unique or impactful in the single target caster department. Yeah, how dare he? How dare Minimalist be based off of DPS? How dare he? Drone caster with focus. Alright, so he is the thing. Arknights. All right, we'll look at that. W can tank javelin. Oh, W can. Okay. Oh my. Oh. Doing that stupid voice ruined my throat. Yeah, people do sleep on Minimalist. He is yeah, he is caster cruise. TV tropes. Oh, mucho texto. Oh, okay. Luckily, Arknights starts with an A. So it's on the very top. Oh, so much text. Granny! Read. It's so much text. Also, Amiya can tank Javelin. With her S3, yeah. But in, I was doing my, my niche, so. in my niche, in doing the no gacha clear for Patriot, I had to use 12F because Amiya doesn't have her S3. Because a big part of that clear was me not wanting to use Amiya's S3. I really wanted to see if I could do it. Yeah, I've exuded so much soy that my neck is being taken. This is so many words. Archetto. Really? So because Archetto isn't busted, she is therefore bad? Archetto's pretty damn good. Is it literally just because she is not game breaking, therefore bad? What the fuck? Executor? Fartooth, like Archetto, Fartooth is a 6-star sniper that isn't necessarily bad. Then why is she on here? Jessica. Man, she really is just worse than Cruz, isn't she? There's a few 6-star. Yeah, I could see that. Guards. Ooh. Oh, are we gonna go back to the Crusher rant? Oh boy. Oh. Do we really got to do this again? The only Crusher guard who's not on the list is Hoderer. Yep. Only when the soy stars show up. Do I even need to fucking talk about it? I already talked about it. Oh! Dreadnought, the arts fighters suffer from only having one block. Oh, man, it's almost like that's an upside and meant for their design. With Surtur being the only exception. Not even Amiya? Not even fucking Amiya? Bro, fight it! I'm gonna... Yeah, people genuinely are just like, oh, new thing good because power creep. Because power creep cool. Because every other gacha game does that, therefore it's fine. Flamebringer? My heart. Yeah, how dare Flamebringer be a side grade to Melantha? How dare he? But I guess Dreadnoughts are bad. Actually, I think they probably do talk about that. Solo Blade Guard. Instructors? Dreadnoughts aren't bad per se. Then why are they on here? They're heavily power creeped. Okay, so this entire website is thing is bad because meta counterpart exists. That doesn't mean that they're bad. That means that they're just good. But other things are better. With the exception of Neuro the Radiant Knight. Yeah. Again, it's like, who completely outclasses Melantha? The only few Dreadnought guards that are widely... All Dreadnoughts are good in the mid-game period. What the hell are you talking about? The humble 3-star. Because she's easy to... So it's literally just like... Okay. Wrong there. Overall, they're good. What about they're good? But not spectacular performance. Oh, I see. They're good, but not spectacular performance. Okay, so it is the right there. Okay, I can't take this seriously. There's no nuance to this discussion whatsoever. It literally is just like, thing is bad because better alternative exists. Yeah, you know what? my little brother, he played baseball. He played baseball a lot growing up. That was like his big thing. He was on a travel baseball team. He loved playing baseball. The dude wasn't Jim Tomey. He wasn't, what's the Japanese dude's name? I forgot his name. Yohei Ohtani? Yeah, my little brother wasn't Yohei Ohtani. Therefore, he's bad at baseball. Doesn't matter that he was on a travel team for his age. Doesn't matter that he was pretty damn good for his age. That doesn't matter. He's not Yohei Ohtani. Therefore, he's not Jim Tomey. He's not Babe fucking Ruth. He sucks. There's never a reason to even think about him. This is retarded. This is such a ridiculously lame way of playing the game. Yeah, sacrificial guard by people who use crushers against enemies you shouldn't be using crushers against. Yep, there's Frostleaf. Not surprised. Helliger is not weak by any stretch of the word. Then why is he on here? But is redundant because of low rarity operators. What are you talking about? Lessing. Yep, there's Quartz. Savage, Sadaroka, Swat. This is just everything. This is every operator in the game that isn't, like, busted. Cement? What the fuck? Again, it's like, okay, fine, I get it. You're just following the crowd with, like, oh, Quartz and Frostleaf and Wind Chimes. And Frostleaf you can't make a really good argument for, but Cement? What? Breeze. Provides much more utility. That does... Who cares about utility? Man, Hibiscus sucks. She doesn't fucking give me SP. She's a medic. She heals things. Who cares? Even Nightingale. Yeah, don't use Breeze, guys. Just use Nightingale. If you don't have Nightingale, then you're just bad. Ceylon, Chestnut. Chestnut isn't bad. He's just annoying to use. Paprika. Chain medics are kind of weird, so fair. Two? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Alright. Splashcaster. Yep, Phalanx. Tend to fall short doing advanced content. That doesn't mean they're bad. That means that they're good, but they just... Whatever. Mystic Casters. Absinthe? Really? Oh... Yeah, it's weaker that her S2 is weaker than Amiya's S2. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe because Amiya's S2 is harder to get out, completely fucking consistent, and doesn't even have guaranteed targeting. What are you talking about? Eben? What? Because he is a Mystic Caster. Again, I'm sure some of these are pissing you off too, but again, I don't have experience with every operator in the game, and I don't fucking claim to be a master at Arknights, but... fair enough with Tomimi. Deep color? Yeah, you should just break... Deep color is bad because she isn't, what's her face? Is it Ling? Is Ling the summoner that has, like, the fucking busted summons? Winflit. Everyone hates Winflit except, I think it's Callus. I think Callus likes Winflit. Phalanx casters are weird, but I can't help but love them. They're such a fun archetype to use. Kirara. Yeah, people don't like Kirara. Mr. Nothing? What? Verdant? Isn't she the 4-star doll keeper? She's a doll keeper. End of story. Chaincaster. Amiya is not a chaincaster. Overshadowed by awesome. Okay, this entire website is just thing isn't meta, therefore bad. Chen? Lapland. Am I? No. Who have once performed fairly mediocre in the meta, but were later salvaged due to Hypergriff buffing them or players discovering new tricks. Huh. Things can be good based off of nuance. I have only seen Verdant in... I've only seen Verdant in, like, the thumbnail of... Platopsis, so I'm sorry. It's if I open up his Platopsis page, it's all in Chinese. I can't read any of that shit. What? So these are good. So former letdowns. So you're telling me Amiya was a former letdown? Chen was a former letdown? Lapland was a former letdown? What the fuck are you talking about? Mostima. Oh yeah, when people realize that Splashcasters can actually be good. Skady. This hurts. This actually hurts. Oh my god. Ugh. I can't say much about the early state of the game, because I did technically play, like, year 1, but that was for, like, that was, like, a month, and then I dropped the game. But, damn. Brain hurty. Yeah, that was, that hurt. Alright. I think that might be it. my brain. Most of them came good because 9 episodes sewn up because Splashcasters are good. Well, she is a Splashcaster, right? And she is good. Oh, the soy jacks covering the chat. I thank you all for hanging out. That was one fucking hell of an experience. Man, have I... Whew, boy. Remember, everyone. 6 stars are not the end-all be-all. You are allowed to not. And if anything, it might be better for you to not. Thank you all for coming out. If you're watching this on the VOD, thank you for sitting through this fucking 4.5-hour live stream. Thank you all for hanging out with me. It's been awesome.